Good morning and welcome to Gainesville Raceway. Here on a Sunday as we get ready for race number 6 of the Scorpion Racing ET Series. We are fixing to bring cars up as the track is fixing to go hot, and we will start off the day with new entry time runs. So as soon as those new entry time runs are over, we will go into our first round eliminations. And yes, today will go a whole lot quicker than yesterday because we don't have to send everyone down the track for a time run. So it actually saves us a lot of money and a lot of time. And also, we're going to try to do the 2 cameras today. We are still experiencing some high wind. So ended up lowering the tripod down a little bit to see if that helps and put a weight on the tripod to try to keep it stable. But with that being said, I wish I could turn the camera around and let you see the flag because it is extended pretty much straight out. So doing a little bit of track prep right now. And then we will go hot here, hopefully in the next 5 minutes. But before we get started with all of that, we got a couple announcements from our marketing partners.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at BigStuff3EFI.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Gaspar Ping Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar, paint and body.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, now calling. First call for the Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 with overflow to 5 and 6 for first round eliminations. Also, if you do want a qualification attempt, we are just about to begin that. You should be in lane number 1 for your qualifiers. A car or a driver that did not take time yesterday need to be in lane 1 right now as we're about to get going. Jeans Glass Pro Class, you're in lanes 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. Once again, you're in 3 and 4, 5 and 6 only. Do not pull into lane 2. Again, Jeans Glass Pro Class, you are lanes 3 and 4 only with overflow to 5 and 6. Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 only with overflow to 5 and 6. All right, we are just about ready to take our first time runs of the day. They'll be in lane number 1. Then we will move over to first round eliminations for our Class Pro cars. In lanes 3 and 4, Overflow in 5 and 6. Appreciate you all coming out to the 2026 Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. Had a great day yesterday, and looking forward to another great one today. So we begin today with qualification attempts at Gainesville Raceway. And we'll have a couple of cars get through, about 9 cars that need same qualification attempts, and then we'll move right into Gene's Glass Pro Class, which will be coming up next. So you're going to have the Chevy Camaro on the left-hand lane. That's Camaro number 278. We'll be taking time. Joe Pigston will be in the right-hand lane from Williston, Florida. All right, first qualification attempt of the day. Joe Pigston has got a red light in the right-hand lane. Went slightly early there for Joe. Joe's going to head down the track, and we'll see what kind of time Joe puts in. 11.4 even at 94.99 miles per hour for Joe Pigston. Left lane ran a 12.735 at 119.34 miles per hour. Brings up a Camaro that'll be in the left-hand lane. It's car number R204. Yeah, it's going to be a 6.281 at 108.39 miles per hour in the right lane. For their one and only qualifying attempt today. Left lane bike number 278.
And the bike run at 5.299 at 134 miles per hour. And the top at 8.331 at 155.85 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. Dragster number 28 is going to be in the right-hand lane, going up against car number 6692. Yeah, final call for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. You're going to be in lanes 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. We're going to get right into first round eliminations for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. If you are eliminated in the first round, you are able to buy back and purchase that at the base of the tower. Very nice run in the right-hand lane of 4.367 passes 158.64 miles per hour for that Dragster. And the left lane running a 12.605 pass at 96.89 miles per hour. John Rogas comes up in the right-hand lane from St. John's, Florida. He'll be going up against X232 in the right-hand lane. .467 run in the left-hand lane for that Dragster, 151.32 miles per hour. And the right lane running a 5.554 at 123.85 miles per hour. Donnie Hutto comes up in the right lane. Donnie from Jessup, Georgia, taking his one and only qualifying attempt. Down the track goes Donnie. Donnie puts in a 7.386 at the 8th. And that's good for 11.827 and 99.71 miles per hour for Donnie Hutto. Well, folks, welcome to Gainesville Raceway. Appreciate you guys coming out for the 2026 Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. We're going to start with the pregame, with the pre-race ceremonies. Again, appreciate everybody being out here today. And we're going to introduce track chaplain Paul Green for the opening prayer.
Good morning, Gainesville. Would everybody please bow with me? Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this day. Again, Lord, thank you for the safety we had yesterday. We had some struggles, Lord, but you got us through them. We thank you for that. Lord, I pray for your blessings upon this day. Give each and every one of us safety as we work, watch, and play, Lord. Lord, this weather's a little iffy, we struggle with it as well, Lord. And I just pray that you allow us to work around it and get this race in safely and quickly. Lord, we thank you for this week. This week is Holy Week. Easter's coming up next Sunday. I pray, Lord, that we just all be mindful of what that day means. And Lord, we give all praise, honor, and glory to Jesus. First, in his name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Phil. Please remain standing as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Gainesville Racing. Appreciate Phil Green, and we are going to get things underway with the Jeans Glass Pro Class. First round eliminations coming up. If you are eliminated, you get a first round buyback. You purchase that at the base of the tower. Again, appreciate everybody coming up for the 2026 Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series as we get things underway. Got one more qualification attempt to make. It's car number 669 2X. That'll make one final pass here, and then we'll get things underway. That'll be a pass of 12.531 in the 8th mile at 62.47 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. All right, we are ready for Jeans Glass Pro Class first round eliminations. We'll start with Reed Ferrara in the left lane out of Jacksonville, Florida. He's dialed in at 7.0. Daniel Salyers from Reddick, Florida will be in the right lane. Daniel dialed at 7.36.
Our safety team had to ride down there and get a part or something off the track. They're leaning pretty close to the wall, and it looks like we're fixing to get everybody repositioned back in the water box so they can do their burnouts and we can get this first round eliminations underway.
What are we in store for today here at Gainesville Raceway? It was a fun day yesterday. Long day, but fun day. Reed Ferrara going to be in the left lane, and the Firebird, Daniel Salyers from Reddick, Florida, the 7.36 dial in the right lane. Winner's going to be Reed Ferrara in the left lane, a 7.005 at 95.50 miles per hour as Reed goes on to round number 2. Chris Duffett, Christopher Duffett from Wesley Chapel, Florida, will be in the right lane going up against cut number 2000, 6.48 dial on this truck. Identical dial times, they'll take off at the same time. And the win going to Christopher Duffett in the right-hand lane, a 6.603 from Chris Duffett at 94.10 miles per hour. So Christopher Duffett moving on to the next round. Not sure what happened in the left-hand lane, but that moves Christopher Duffett on to round number 2 of eliminations. Kenny Bevins will be in the left-hand lane going up against Dustin Daniel. Dustin Daniel in the truck, a 6.68 dial for Dustin from Lake Butler, Florida. Kenny's going to win it with a 6.124 at 104.70 miles per hour. Kenny Bevins goes to the next round. Happy birthday to D. Litchie in the left-hand lane from St. John's, Florida. 6.53 dial for D, and Russ Morris will be in the right-hand lane out of Central Florida. Russ dial with a 6.96. We'll see if D can move on to the next round and give himself a birthday present. Oh, and D, that's not very happy. Just slightly early for D, and D red lights. And the win going to Russ Morris in the right-hand lane out of Central Florida. Russ Morris moving on to round number 2. Pete Rogas in the right-hand lane from St. Augustine, Florida with a 6.45 dial. Pete is going to be in car number 2227. And Bart Pangolinin in car number 2455 in the left lane from Melrose, Florida. This is first round eliminations for the Jeans Class Pro Class. We got Travis Marsh in the right-hand lane going to be against Kenny Bevan in the left-hand lane. Kenny, 6.12 dial, and Travis Marsh in that right-hand lane. And the right lane wins Travis Marchand, moving on to the next round. A 5.801 pass for Travis Marchand at 115.35 miles per hour. George Manuel going to be in the left-hand lane from High Springs, Florida, 7.58 dial on that machine. James Turner will be in the right lane from Keystone Heights, Florida, 6.98 dial for James Turner. Oh, and a red light for James Turner. That's going to hand the win to Emmanuel. And Emmanuel going to head on down there. Rolled that beam. So, Emmanuel going on to round number 2, 7.637 pass for Emmanuel at 90 miles per hour. Joe Conley is going to be in the right-hand lane from Savannah, Georgia, 6.15 dial for Joe Conley in car number 1908. Andy Lindsay in L288, a 6.71 dial for him at Andy hailing out of Alachua, Florida. Good takeoff for Lindsay. We'll see if it pays off for him, and it does. Andy Lindsay moving into round number 2 with a 6.764 pass at 100.18 miles per hour for Andy Lindsay, who moves into round number 2. Ralph Bratton comes up from Gainesville, Florida. He'll be in the right-hand lane in car number R208. 6.19 dial for Ralph Bratton. That's what he's looking for. Curtis Peak with a 6.45 from Quitman, Georgia. And Curtis Peak gets Ralph Bratton. Left lane's going to win Curtis Peak with a 6.467 pass at 100.99 miles per hour. And Curtis Peak going on to round number 2. Lee Zarembra from Inverness, Florida is going on lane number, the left lane, 6.40 dial for Lee. Jeremy Davis is going to be in the right-hand lane from Palm Coast, Florida, 5.53 dial for Jeremy. Jeremy on the motorcycle in that right lane. Lee going to win and pull it out. A 6.421 at 6.58 miles per hour for Lee. He moves on to round number 2. Rodney Markham from the St. Augustine area. 6.87 dial for Rodney, who's going to be in the right-hand lane. Mark Horton going to be in the left lane and has a 6.21 dial. We go to Mark Horton in the left-hand lane. Mark Horton ran a 6.244 at 104.71 miles per hour as Mark Horton moves his way into round number 2. You get Corvette number 219 Papa in the left-hand lane, a 6.50 dial for that Corvette. In the right lane, car number 1291. Want to get that Corvette, 6.32 dial in the right-hand lane. And we're going to the left lane, car number 219B, 6.543 at 102.85 miles per hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling Super Pro Bike to lane number 7 for first round eliminations. Super Pro Bike to lane 7 for first round eliminations. Once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro Bike to lane 7 for first round eliminations. Paul Allen from Middleburg, Florida in the left-hand lane. 6.62 dial for Paul Allen. Frank Medeiros III in the right-hand lane. 6.78 dial for Frank. They take off. And Paul Allen is going to take the win. A 6.678 pass for Paul Allen at 94.68 miles per hour. Leah Tadaro from Gainesville, Florida, 7.55 dial for Leah Tadaro. Joe Enfield from Dade City, Florida will be in the left lane, a 6.69 dial for John Enfield, who will be in the left lane, taking on hometown favorite Leah Tadaro. John Enfield gets the win, 6.746 at 89.25 miles per hour for John Enfield. Kevin Roberts will be in the right-hand lane with a 7.52 dial on the R242 machine. John Duane will be in the left lane from Jacksonville, Florida. John dialed in at 5.95 in the J267 machine. And it's a red light for Kevin Roberts. Roberts red light, and Duane is going to go through to the next round. 5.933 for John Duane at 122.79 miles per hour as John Duane goes to round 2. Caleb Tully will be in the right-hand lane. Caleb Tully dialed at 7.30, and Caleb Tully hailing out of Middleburg, Florida. Lee Hauser will be in the left lane from Bonavega, Florida, a 7.02 dial on the E200 machine. And they're ready to go. And the win going to Caleb Tully in the right-hand lane, 7.341 at 88.25 miles per hour. Lee Hauser broke out at a 6.958 at 96 miles per hour. That brings up Mike Gaffney in the left-hand lane, going up against Dawson Bass in the Ford Mustang in the right-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida. Mike Gaffney for a while, but and Gaffney goes a little too early. 005 for Mike Gaffney. And Dawson Bass will be going to round number 2. Dawson Bass and 7.084 at 96.92 miles per hour. And Dawson Bass goes to the next round. John Rollins coming up in the left-hand lane. John Rollins in car number 2241, dialed in at 5.76. And the right lane with car H287, dialed in at 7.38. Get attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All Super Pro bikes should be in lane 7. You're on deck. Super Pro bike to lane 7 for first round eliminations. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the FB Trailers Super Pro cars to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Calling the FB Trailers Super Pro cars to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4 for first round eliminations. Also calling Super Pro Bike, third call for Super Pro Bike in lane number 7 for first round eliminations. First call for FB Trailer Super Pro cars in lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4 for first round eliminations. Greg Lubin in the right-hand lane going up against Travis Britt. Travis Britt from Glen St. Mary, Florida, and Greg from Hawthorne, Florida. You're watching first round eliminations at Gainesville Raceway. Appreciate you guys tuning in wherever you are. 003 for Travis Britt. Britt headed on down the racetrack. Britt will win a 7.171 for Travis Britt at 79.30 miles per hour, eliminating Greg Lubin. But again, if you do get eliminated in round number 1, you can come on down to the base of the tower. We'll get you back, and you can get back into round number 2. Rich Kamore in the left lane from Alfred, Florida, going up against Bob Hongston. Happy birthday, Bob Hongston, who celebrates a birthday today. Also, Jennifer Roberts. She's got a birthday tomorrow. And again, we are looking for the FB Trailer Super Pro cars to lanes 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. 1 and 2 Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2 for first round eliminations. FB Trailer Super Pro, second call for FB Trailer Super Pro, first round eliminations to lane 1 and 2. Winner of that one was Bob Hongston in the right-hand lane. Gets himself the birthday present he was looking for. Jason Rollins going to be in the right-hand lane going up against Phil Green. Phil Green from Ocala, Florida in the left-hand lane. A 5.99 dial for Phil Green. Jason Rollins, a 7.24. Third call for FB Trailer Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Third call for FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Final couple cars coming up here for the G Class Pro Class. We'll move right into Super Bike. Super Pro Bike after this. And then right into FB Trailer Super Pro. Red light early for Stephen Strickland in the right lane. Marcus Cruz will go to the next round, 7.077 for Marcus Cruz at 95.24 miles per hour as Marcus Cruz is headed to round number 2. Coming up, this is our final pairing, and then we'll have the bye run coming up here. Bye run November 135 is going to be your bye. Mel Reisky in the left-hand lane going up against Reed Ferreira. Reed Ferreira from Jacksonville, Florida in the right-hand lane, car number 295F, dialed in at 6.42. Mel with a 6.28. And Mel going to go a little bit early. Reed Ferreira will go to the next round. Reed eliminating Mel with a 6.459 at 105.64 miles per hour for Reed Ferreira. Brings up Andy Pugh in the left-hand lane from Middleburg, Florida. The 6.40 dial on that machine. Tony Gambardella in the right-hand lane from Florida. 6.06 dial for that machine. And we're going to be Tony Gambardella in the right-hand lane. Tony puts in a 6.212 pass at 97.40 miles per hour as Tony moves on to round number 2. That brings up our Super Pro Bike class. And again, calling all FB Trailer Super Pro cars, you should be in lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4 if you have to. For first round eliminations. Joe Clemmy in the left-hand lane from Davenport, Iowa, going up against Van Tommy Show. First round eliminations for the Super Pro Bike, 295F in the left lane, going up against Van Tommy Show. And a red light in the right-hand lane. Left-hand lane, you got to win off the red light from Van Tommy Show. .759 at 115.46 miles per hour in the left lane. That moves that machine on to round number 2. Santi Rodriguez Jr. will come up in X200. 5.42 dial for Santi Rodriguez Jr. going up against Larry Berger from Jacksonville, Florida. Larry dialed in at 6.73. Another call for FB Trailer Super Pro. You need to be in lanes number 1 and 2. Again, Super Pro, 2 lanes 1 and 2. Overflow 3 and 4. 1 and 2, 3 and 4 for overflow for FB Trailer Super Pro class. The win went to Santi Rodriguez Jr. in that right-hand lane. This is Scott DeLong in the right-hand lane from Central Florida. Pablo Gonzalez in the left lane from Orlando. Pablo in the left lane. Scott DeLong in the right lane, who's going through to round number 2. Right lane wins Scott DeLong, moving on to round number 2, 5.533 pass for him at 127.41 miles per hour for Scott. Samuel Parrish will come up in the right-hand lane. Samuel Parrish from Great Cove Springs, Florida. 5.54 dial on that machine. And Anthony Vieira with a 5.29 from Palm Coast, Florida. We're going to Samuel Parrish. Samuel Parrish from Green Cove Springs, Florida, moves into round number 2 with a 5.552 at 112.08 miles per hour. Moves that machine into round number 2. Dwayne Leachman from Wildwood, Florida, will be in the right-hand lane going up against John Upgrove from Keystone Heights, Florida. 5.58 dial in the left lane, 5.51 in the right for Dwayne Leachman. And then we'll get one more pair and then a solo run before we move on to our Happy Trailer Super Pro class. You should be in lanes 1 and 2, though we're 3 and 4 in this current time, as you are just about ready for first round eliminations. The win going to John Upgrove from the left lane. He ran a 5.594 at 118.68 miles per hour as John moves on to round number 2. Jeremy Fireball Davis will be in the right lane from Palm Coast, Florida. He dialed in at 5.53. Reginald Harper will be in the left lane, dialed in at 8.24. Reginald from Palm Coast, Florida. And some issues for Reginald Harper in the left-hand lane. Jeremy Fireball Davis got to get the win 6.240 at 80.81 miles per hour. Reginald is going to finish his run. Not sure what happened in the left lane, but that's going to bring up our final. This will be Jeff Tisdale from Reddick, Florida. Jeff Tisdale with a 5.54 dial. He's the buy in round number 1. And then we're going to move right into the FB Trailer Super Pro class in lanes 1 and 2. And overflow to 3 and 4. Jeff Tisdale with a 5.570 at 120 miles per hour even. And we'll see Jeff in round number 2 for Super Pro Bikes. That takes care of Super Pro Bikes first round. We move it into first round eliminations for the FB Trailer Super Pro class. And coming up is going to be Dave Hicks getting things started early at Gainesville Raceway. Going up against X232 in the left-hand lane. Hicks easing in, and so is X232 in the left-hand lane. Both of these will start our FB Trailer Super Pro class. First round eliminations. And guys, if you are in the pits, you were eliminated in the first round, the first two divisions, you can come on down to the base of the tower, get your buyback, and get into round number 2. Wow, a double 01 to a double 02. And the right lane, Dave Hicks is going to go on to the next round. 4.889 at 139.30 pass. They both red lane. Dave Hicks just, so close. And Dave Hicks is going to go into round number 2. Derek Brewster will come up in the left-hand lane. Derek Brewster from Blackshear, Georgia, going up against Troy Volker from Ocala, Florida. Troy Volker in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 5.76. Derek Brewster with a 4.87. And red light for Derek Brewster. We go to Troy Volker in that right-hand lane. Troy Volker, a 5.8 even at 118.24 miles per hour. Left lane around 4.893 off the red light, 138.67 miles per hour. Glenn Newman will come up in the right lane. Glenn Newman's in car number 2555X, dialed in at 5.54 from Alachua, Florida. Chuck Trotter will be in the left lane, dialed in at a 4.59 in Dragster number 233A. We're going around number 2. We're working through first round eliminations. If you're just joining us here for the FB Trailer Super Pro class. We go to Chuck Trotter in the left-hand lane. Chuck Trotter at 4.603 at 149.81 miles per hour. And moves off round number 2. David Harris is going to be in the right-hand lane. And car number 8244 going up against Tierra Carter in T260. 5.17 dial for Tierra in the left lane. David with a 4.83. Double red lights in the wind going to Tierra Carter in the left lane. 5.20 pass for Tierra at 129.70 miles per hour. And Tierra Carter moved on to round number 2. Dave Demrest in the Dragster, number 154F. A 4.65 dial for Dave Demrest from Fort McCoy, Florida. Brandon George will be in the left lane, a 6.05 dial in that machine. Good launch from Brendan. Can he hold off Dave Demrest? He can. Brendan moving on to round number 2, a 6.062 at 110.83 miles per hour as Brendan George moves on to round number 2. Gene Spaziani in the Roadster. And that orange Roadster going to be from Lake City, Florida. He'll be in the right-hand lane, a 5.34 dial for Gene. And Roadster number 1937, Jim Barbara in the car number 2740. From Trenton, Florida, dialed in at 6.46. And there goes Jim. But Jim's got a red light. And the win is going to go to Gene Spaziani in the right-hand lane. Gene, a really nice run here for Gene. 5.379 at 125.41 miles per hour for Gene Spaziani, who moves on to round number 2. Bobby Trinnell will be in the right-hand lane from Fort White, Florida. Bobby Trinnell with a 5.25 dial going up against Bart Treadwell. Bart Treadwell in the left-hand lane from Callahan, Florida, 6.09 dial on that machine. Bobby Trinnell in the Roadster. We go to Bobby Trinnell in the right-hand lane, 5.256 at 126.64 miles per hour. That'll bring up Tommy Campbell in the right lane from Fleming Island, Florida, with a 6.34 dial on the Tommy Campbell T200 machine. Going up against Jerry McGill in Dragster number 2905. A 5.41 dial for Jerry. So Tommy Jerry trying to get into round number 2. It'll be Tom or Jerry. And the wing going to Tommy Campbell in the right lane at 6.360 at 106.31 miles per hour as Tommy Campbell moves into round number 2. John Rogas going to be in the right-hand lane from St. John's, Florida. And he'll be going up against Brian Jones from Orange Park, Florida. Brian Jones in Dragster number J281. He dialed in at 2. John with a 5.55. Brian Jones in the left lane, John Rogas in the right lane. Winner go to Brian Jones in the left lane, a 4.421 pass for Brian Jones at 146.48 miles per hour. Brian Jones going on to round number 2. Michael Peak will come up in the right-hand lane, going up against Randy Banger. Randy in car number B217 from Palmetto, Florida. Michael Peak from Quitman, Georgia. Dialed in at 5.62. Michael Peak gets a 4.93 for Randy in the left lane. Continuing to work our way through the FB Trailers Super Pro first round eliminations. Some issues off the start there for Randy. Michael Peak is going to go on to round number 2. Michael Peak at 5.624 pass at 119.27 miles per hour. Bradley Motter will come up next. Bradley Motter in the 2164 Dragster. 4.3 dial from Bradley Motter going up against Robert Treadwell. Robert Treadwell hails from Callahan, Florida. And he dialed in at 4.66. So it'll be Bradley Motter in the right lane, Robert Treadwell in the left. So who's it going to be going to round 2? Robert Treadwell or Bradley Motter? Here they go. And red light from Bradley Motter. That's it. Robert Treadwell on to round number 2. Robert Treadwell going to round 2. This is 4.667 at 147.33 miles per hour for Robert Treadwell. He moves into round number 2. Scott Motter comes up from Callahan, Florida in the right-hand lane. 4.51 dial for Scott. Mark Horton will be in the left lane. Mark Horton in Dragster number 229H, dialed in at 4.74. Mark Horton going into round number 2. Mark Horton with a 4.756 at 145.47 miles per hour. Racing right will be in the left-hand lane from Middleburg, Florida. Racing with a 4.98 dial, going up against John Hamill from Orange Park. Up break for John Hamill. Red lights early. Racing right, going into round number 2. Racing with a 4.988 pass at 136.15 miles per hour for Grayson Wright. Brings up Michael Bose from Jacksonville. In the left lane, he'll be in the Roadster. 5.23 dial for Michael Bose. He's going up against Chevy Camaro number 2432 in the right lane. Going to the right lane to the Camaro, 6.599 pass at 102.77 miles per hour. Steve Schumacher coming up in the left lane. Schumacher in the left lane from Jacksonville, Florida, 4.72 dial for Steve. And Dragster number 28 dialed in at 4.37. Red light in the right-hand lane, Steve Schumacher. Going into round number 2. 4.754 pass for Steve at 142.91 miles per hour. Bruce Root from Bushnell, Florida. In the right-hand lane going up against Michael Minacci. Michael Minacci from Ocala, Florida, 5.01 dial on that machine. Bruce Root with a 7.15. Bruce Root gets the victory, 7.161 pass for Bruce Root. Moving on round number 2 with a 7.161 and 93.95 miles per hour for Bruce Root. Will Highhouse will come up next in the left-hand lane from Middleburg, Florida. Will Highhouse with a 5.82 dial going up against Buddy Goolsby. Buddy Goolsby from High Springs, Florida, 6.44 dial for Buddy. red light, Will Highhouse going on to round number 2. Coming up, this is Trent Horton in the left lane. Trent from Callahan, Florida. Well, we got Jackie Bennett in the right-hand lane, the Dragster. Jackie from Palaca, Florida. The double one for Trent Horton, trying to hold off Jackie Bennett. And he does. Trent Horton going through to round number 2, a 6.169 pass at 108.97 miles per hour for Trent Horton. Kelly Hicks coming up in the right-hand lane from Elton, Florida, going up against Lou Golly. Lou Golly out of Fort White, Florida, 5.68 down for Lou. Kelly Hicks with a 5.54. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street. Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2 for first round eliminations. Also calling Pro Bike to lane 7. All Pro Bikes to lane 7 for first round eliminations. And we are calling the Junior Street cars to lane number 1 and 2. Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Bike to lane 7 for your first round eliminations. Kelly Hicks got the win. 4.556 for Kelly, 146.18 miles per hour. Ken Gritton be in the right-hand lane. Going to get John Dwayne. John Dwayne out of Jacksonville. Again, first call in the pits for the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Bike to lane 7. Pro Bike, lane 7. And 030 for John Wayne and a 5.941 pass for John Wayne at 118.37 miles per hour. John Wayne going on to the next round. Ken Grant ran 6.347 at 105.98. Gary Vasquez is going to be in the right lane out of Alachua, Florida. He's going to dial in at 4.82. Savannah Highhouse will be next to Gary. And Savannah, 4.77 dial from Middleburg, Florida. Calling all Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. I'm calling all Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Second call for the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2 for first round elimination. Second call for Pro Bike to lane 7 for first round eliminations. Gary Vasquez is going to get the win. Savannah Highhouse with the red light. Gary going on to round number 2. Gary with a 4.830, 141.67 miles per hour. Kenny in the right-hand lane. Kenny Bevins in the right lane going up against Victor Adams. Gainesville, Florida. Victor Adams with a 6.60 dive. Kenny with a 6.05. Kenny Bevins in the right-hand lane, 6.180 at 98.54 miles per hour. Jason Graham will be in the right-hand lane going up against Nate Hamilton. Nate Hamilton from Fitzgerald, Georgia, and Jason Graham from Jacksonville, Florida. 5.52 dial on the right lanes, 5.60 on the left. And working our way through the FD Trailer Super Pro class, calling all Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Third call for Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2, you were on deck. And Pro Bike to lane 7, coming right up out of the Junior Street. The wind going to Nate Hamilton, the left lane, Nate Hamilton, with 5.60. 5.624 for Nate Hamilton, 121.94 miles per hour. I'll get him to round number 2. Pablo Gonzalez in bike number 16X, a 5.59 dial in the left-hand lane. Pablo going up against car number 2981, 5.54 dial on that machine. Going to the right-hand lane. Right-hand lane wins a 5.571 at 120.27 miles per hour. Left lane ran a 5.655 at 123.68 miles per hour. And that'll bring up James Hicks Jr. in the right lane from Elton, Florida, going up against Keith Collins. Keith Collins will be in the truck in the left-hand lane. 5.58 dial for Keith Collins. We'll get James Hicks. James Hicks with a 4.66. Fourth call for Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Fourth call for Pro Bike to lane 7. Collins in the left lane. Keith Collins ran a 5.603 at 124.25 miles per hour. James Hicks Jr. was a right hand in the right-hand lane, 4.713 at 146.48 miles per hour. Newman's from Alachua, 5.54 dial in the right-hand lane, going up against Hicks, who's going to be in the left lane, 4.90 for Hicks. And 5.554 pass at 122.05 miles per hour for Glenn Newmans. It'll move moves on to the next round. Derek Vasquez will come up in the right-hand lane. Derek hailing out of Gainesville. 5.21 dial for Derek Vasquez. And this will be our last FB Trailer Super Pro car to head on down the racetrack for first round eliminations. If you were eliminated in the first round, you come on back to the base of the tower. We can get your buyback here at the base of the tower, get into round number 2. Derek Vasquez running a 5.201 at 131.09 miles per hour, and that takes care of the FB Trailer Super Pro first round eliminations. Now we turn our attention to the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. They'll come up in lanes 1 and 2, and then we'll get to Pro Bike in lane number 7. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Now calling the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman cars to lanes 5 and 6 for first round eliminations. Once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman cars to lanes 5 and 6 for first round eliminations. First race of the day for the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street is Caden Holloway versus Hunter Godwin. Hunter from Gainesville and Caden from Inverness. Caden in the left lane in the dually, and Hunter in the forward in the right lane. The win's going to go to Caden Holloway. In the left lane, a 10.793 pass for Caden at 66.91 miles per hour. That'll bring up Molly in the right-hand lane. Molly out of Palmetto, Florida, going up against Aaron. Aaron from Middleburg, Florida, 10.73 dial on the Aaron Kennedy machine. Molly Banger with a 9.95 in the right. If you guys need any BP racing fuel, you've got 15 minutes to get over to the fuel station. It's going to be closing in 15 minutes. Once again, if you guys need any fuel at the BP Racing fueling station, we're going to be closing the fueling in 15 minutes. Thank you. That win went to Aaron Kennedy in the left-hand lane, 10.884 pass at 60.82 miles per hour for Aaron. To round number 2. Hayden DeLeon in the left-hand lane of the Chevy pickup, going up against Chelsea Wayne in the Camaro. And that is a red light for Hayden DeLeon. So Chelsea Wayne moving into round number 2 at 9.007 pass for Chelsea at 66.92 miles per hour. Begin calling all Lakeland in Cadillac Sportsman cars to lanes 5 and 6 for first round eliminations. Coming up is our final Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. We'll move on to Pro Bike. All pro bikes should be in lane number 7, and then we'll hop right on over to lanes 5 and 6 for first round eliminations for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman cars. Lincoln McMaster is headed down the racetrack right now. Lincoln from De Leon Springs, Florida, a 10.022 pass at 69.33 miles per hour from Lincoln. And that'll do it for the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. We'll move over to Pro Bike for their first round eliminations. Again, in less than 15 minutes, you have less than 15 minutes to get fuel if you need it. The VP Racing fuel station will be closing shortly. From Wildwood, Florida, will be in the left-hand lane. He'll be going up against Tom Motes. Tom Motes from Ocala at 10.87 dial in the right-hand lane. Dwayne Leachman with an 8.48 in the left lane. Too early for Tom Motes, and it's going to move Dwayne Leachman into round number 2. Leachman going to go for an 8.487 pass at 150.88 miles per hour for Dwayne Leachman, who moves on to round number 2. Vance Honeyshaw in the right-hand lane from Vero Beach, Florida, going up against Joe Clemming. Joe Clemming with a 9.23 dial from Davenport, Iowa. Vance from Vero Beach. And both of them looking to get into round number 2. The wind's going to Vance Honeyshaw, the right-hand lane, 12.101 at 106.80 miles per hour for Vance, who moves into round number 2. Samuel Parrish will be in the right lane from Green Cove Springs, Florida. Samuel Parrish, an 8.77 dial for Sam. Anthony Vieira will be in the left lane from Palm Coast, Florida. Anthony with an 8.33 dial on bike number 278. We go to Samuel Parrish in the right-hand lane from Green Cove Springs. Dragsters, FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the back of the lanes for chip draw. And we'll have the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to your assigned lanes, 6 to 9-year-olds to lane 8. 10 to 12-year-olds are going to go to lane 2, and 13 to 17 to lane number 1. And again, FB Trailer Juniors to the stage lanes, to the back of the stage lanes, please. Scott DeLong won that one. This is Reginald Harbor that's going to be in the right lane, going up against Richard Holder. Richard Holder from Jacksonville, Florida. Jackson. And Richard Holder at an 8.70 dial for the Holder machine. There goes Harbor. And there goes Holder. Holder, that's a wild ride for Richard there. And away go to Richard. Richard is able to drive that thing and get that into the next round. Richard Holder, 8.676 pass at 138.54 miles per hour for Richard Holder, who moves into round number 2. Chuck Wooten in the right-hand lane, going up against John Upgrove. This should be the final pair here in Pro Bike that will move into the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman coming up. If you're part of Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman, you should be in lanes 5 and 6, calling all FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. We are needing the chip draw for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. That's going to be in the back of the stage lanes. All Junior Dragsters to the back of the stage lanes for your trip for the chip draw. Winning that race was Chuck Wooten. Chuck Wooten going into the next round, 9.913 at 130.8 miles per hour for Chuck Wooten. That brings up Ashley Motter, who's going to be in the right-hand lane, going up against Jeff Berrier. Jeff Berrier in the left lane. Ashley Motter with the red light. That sends Jeff Berrier into round number 2 for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Mitchell Gunther in the right-hand lane of the Dodge Charger, going up against Monica Roberts. Monica with a 12.45 dial from Ocala, Florida in the left-hand lane, going up against Mitchell from Stark, Florida. 12.72 dial from Mitchell's machine. We go to Monica Roberts in the left-hand lane. Monica with a 12.504 pass at 106.24 miles per hour, going on to round number 2. Stephen Strickland in the right lane from St. John's, Florida, dialed in at 11.44, and Dennis Harsh in the left lane, dialed at 11.83 from Gainesville, Florida. And we go to Dennis Harsh in the left lane. Dennis with a 12.738 pass at 81.30 miles per hour as Dennis Harsh moves into round number 2. Jason Rollins will be in the right lane in the Pontiac Firebird from High Springs, Florida at 11.45 dial on that machine. Chris Courtney will be in the left lane from Gainesville, Florida at 11.05 dial on that machine. And the way to go to Jason Rollins on the right-hand lane. Jason Rollins in 11.453 at 116.72 miles per hour as Jason Rollins will go into round number 2. Jacob Richards will be up next. Jacob Richards in the right-hand lane. If you're part of the FB Trailers and Junior Dragsters, you should be in the back of the lanes. We're doing chip draw currently, and then we'll have you come over for your first round eliminations. And away we go to Jacob Richards. Larry Ubedek in the right-hand lane. Michael Martin will be in the left-hand lane. Larry dialed at 12.62. And Larry out of Jacksonville, Florida. Michael Martin out of Gainesville in the left lane and in the truck. And away to go to Michael Martin in the left lane. Michael Martin out of Gainesville with a 13.082 at 101.99 miles per hour for Michael Martin, who moves into the next round. Jen Roberts celebrates a birthday tomorrow, so a happy birthday to Jen. Early birthday to Jen. 11.97 dial for Jen, and Marcus Cruz will be in the left lane with an 11.26 dial. Calling all FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage legs for first round eliminations. All FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage legs for first round eliminations. And Jen pulling off the victory in 11.974 pass at 109.13 miles per hour as Jen moves into round number 2. Kevin Roberts comes up in the right lane. Eric Benitez in the left lane out of Orlando, Florida. And Eric's going to pull off the win after the red light from Kevin Roberts. Eric going on to round at number 2. Tom Courtney going to line up in the right-hand lane. Dan was supposed to be in the left lane. Looks like Dan had a little trouble over there. So Tom Courtney will head on down the track. Tom, of course, from High Springs, Florida, and sends that Trans Am down the racetrack. An 11.016 pass at 119.90 miles per hour for Tom Courtney, who moves into round number 2. Dawson Bass will be in the right-hand lane out of Jacksonville, Florida, going up against Scott DeLeo in the left lane. Getting through our final competitors here in the first round of Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. And then we'll be moving on to the FB Trailer Junior Dragster going up at the conclusion of the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman division. And if you are an FB Trailer Junior Dragster, you should be in the stage lanes. And we're going to start with the 6 to 9 year olds in lane number 8. You'll be first up. We'll move over to lane number 2 after that, the 10 to 12 year olds, and then lane number 1 with the 13 to 17 year olds. The way going to Scott DeLeo at 11.148 at 100.51 miles per hour. Scott moved on to round number 2, eliminating Dawson Bass. And Eric Benitez from the right lane going up against Bart Pangolinen. Bart Pangolinen from Melrose, Florida. Eric from Orlando, and down the track they go. Who gets to round number 2? It's Bart Pangolinen from Melrose, Florida. Bart moving into round number 2. 12.463 pass at 104.67 miles per hour for Bart Pangolinen, who moves into round number 2. And that takes care of the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman first round. As we move into the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters, who will be coming up. And we'll start with the 6 to 9 year olds in lane number 8. All right, here come the junior Dragsters. It'll be Hudson Matz in the right-hand lane out of Gainesville, Florida, going up against Madison Motter in the left lane. Red light from Madison Motter and Hudson Matz will go on to the next round. Hudson Matz with a 12.218 at a 51.47 miles per hour. Madison Wooten in the left-hand lane going up against Caleb Hamilton from Fitzgerald, Georgia. Madison from Douglas, Georgia. And the win goes to Madison Wooten in the left-hand lane. Madison with a 12.006 and at 51.61 miles per hour as Madison moves into round number 2. Brinley Holloway will be in the right-hand lane from Inverness, Florida. Brinley with a 12.05 dial. Brinley ran a 12.377 at 50.88 miles per hour. That moves us into the 10 to 12-year-old class. Wyatt Hicks will be in the left lane. Wyatt dialed in at 9.10. And Jason Motter will be in the right lane, dialed in at 8.99. Jason Motter will win in the right-hand lane, 8.985 at 71.32 miles per hour in the right lane as Jason Motter moves on to the next round. Then we'll bring up Johnny Moxley in the right lane from Keystone Heights, Florida, going up against Peyton Duffett from Wesley Chapel in the left lane. Red lights Peyton Duffett and Johnny Moxley will go through to the next round. Johnny Moxley at 9.82 at 71.92 miles per hour. Now we have Scarlett Hicks in the right-hand lane. Scarlett from Elton, Florida. Then we get to Morgan Wooten in the left-hand lane out of Douglas, Georgia. Both cars red lit, and we're going Morgan Wooten in the left-hand lane at an 8.724 on the red light and 73.01 miles per hour. Scarlett rate of 9.104 at 71.72 miles per hour. Now we have Jackson Collins as we move into the 13 to 17-year-olds. And Shaw Daniel. Shaw Daniel will be in at 8.91 for his dial. Jackson Collins with a 10.21. We go to Shaw Daniel in the right-hand lane. Shaw Daniel go to the next round. 9.146 for Shaw Daniel. 66.72 miles per hour. Blake Jones in the right-hand lane. And Blake Jones puts in a 9.011 at 74.48 miles per hour for Blake Jones, who goes on round 2. Master in the right lane, going against Hunter Dell. We can go at 100 down in the left lane and 8.04 at 80.33 miles per hour for Hunter. He moves on to round number 2. Elizabeth Boyette will be in the right-hand lane against Ryan Cook from Middleburg, Florida. Elizabeth Boyette from Cortez, Florida. We're going to get to round number 2. And the win will go to Elizabeth Boyette in the right-hand lane at 8.11 for Elizabeth Boyette at 75.55 miles per hour. Ryan Cook ran an 8.013 at 77.23 miles per hour. Now Elizabeth going on to round number 2. Molly Banger in the right-hand lane going up against Sierra Height. Sierra from Keystone, Florida. 7.94 for Sierra going up against Molly with a 7.97 dial. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Now calling the Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4. Again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Calling the Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for round 2 eliminations. Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for round 2 eliminations. Weston Daniel going up against Jay Santiago. And the wing going to Weston Daniel in the left lane out of Lake Butler, Florida. An 8.057 for Weston Daniel at 79.79 miles per hour. Winner goes to Aaron Kennedy in the left lane, a 8.040 at 78.56 miles per hour as Aaron Kennedy moves on to the next round. Caden Holloway in the left lane going up against Xavier Cook from Middleburg, Florida. Get attention in the pits. Now calling all Jeans Glass Pro Class cars over to lane 3 and 4 for second round eliminations. We go to Xavier Cook in the right lane from Middleburg, Florida. Ran an 8.005 at 80.39 miles per hour as Cook goes on to round number 2. We're going to be down just for a little bit as we are going to be working on the track as we prepare for round 2 eliminations. Again, calling all of the Jeans Glass Pro Class cars to lanes 3 and 4 for second round eliminations.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most foolproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Gaspar Paint Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar Paint and Body.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
Bike number 214 is your buy in round number 2. Round number 2 for the 6 to 9 year olds, your buy is car number 2278. Hudson Matz is your buy in the 6 to 9 year old class. In the 10 to 12 year old class, it's Shaw Daniels is the buy for the 10 to 12 year olds. And in the 13 to 17 year old category, you've got Adam Kennedy is the buy in K215. Greg Ferrari in the left lane going up against Jason Rollins, who makes it to round number 3 against Jason Rollins. Jason Rollins moving to round number 3 from High Springs, Florida. A 7.247 pass at 92.94 miles per hour. Daniel Salyers will come up in the right-hand lane going up against Lee Rembra in the left lane. Lee from Inverness, Florida, going up against Daniel from Reddick, Florida. Daniel dialed with a 7.35. There goes Lee. Lee dialed with a 6.40, who makes it to round number 3. And it's going to be Daniel Salyers who pulls off the win. Daniel Salyers, a 7.391 pass at 90.04 miles per hour, moves into round number 3. Travis Marchand will come up in the right lane. Travis from Keystone Heights, Florida. 5.81 dial on that machine. Going up against Mark Horton in the left lane. Mark dialed in at 6.20. Waiting going to Mark Horton in the left-hand lane. Mark Horton with a 6.211 pass at 107.87 miles per hour. Goes on to round number 3. Ralph Bratton in the right-hand lane from Gainesville, Florida. Going to be faced off against Rich Moore from Alfred, Florida. Winner is going to be in the left lane, Rich Moore from Alfred, Florida, going on to round number 3, eliminating Ralph Bratton from the competition. Christopher Duffett will come up in the right-hand lane from Wesley Chapel, Florida. 6.46 dial for Christopher Duffett, and he comes up. He'll be facing Kenny Bevins in the left-hand lane. Kenny from Tallahassee, Florida. A 6.11 dial for Kenny and a 6.46 for Christopher Duffett. Attention in the pits, now calling the Super Pro bike to lanes number 7. Super Pro bikes to lane 7 for round 2 eliminations. Super Pro bike to lane 7 for round 2 eliminations. Winner was Christopher Duffett with a 6.475 and 103.75 mile per hour pass. Rodney Markham will be up next in the right-hand lane out of St. Augustine, Florida, going up against D. Litchie in the left-hand lane from St. John's, Florida. 6.54 dial for D, who's celebrating a birthday today. Rodney Markham in the right-hand lane, trying to make it to round number 3. Win goes to D in the left-hand lane. D with a 6.541 pass at 103.85 miles per hour. Moves on to round number 3. Keith Collins will come up next in the right-hand lane. Keith from Keystone Heights. John Dwayne will be in the left-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida. 5.95 dial for John Dwayne. And see if it'll be Keith or John who will be headed to round number 3. Again, if you're just joining us, this is round 2 eliminations for the Jeans Glass Pro Class here at Gainesville Raceway, part of the 2026 Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. John Dwayne is going to move into round number 3, a 5.992 pass at 112.70 miles per hour for John Dwayne. Pete Rogas in the right lane out of St. Augustine, Florida. He'll be going up against Bart Pangolinin in the left lane out of Melrose. Bart dialed in at a 6.55. Pete with a 6.49. And a red light for Bart Ping to lean in. The right lane going to take it. Pete Rogas is going to move into the third round. Pete with a 6.514 pass at 107.78 miles per hour. Caleb Tully comes up in the Ford Mustang. He'll be in the right-hand lane from Middleburg, Florida. Caleb going up against Kevin Roberts. Kevin Roberts in the orange machine in the left lane. 7.49 dial for Kevin Roberts in the R242. Good start for Caleb Tully. We'll see if he holds it. But Kevin Roberts coming back strong. A 7.552 at 90.08 miles per hour as Kevin Roberts moves his way into round number 3. Russ Morris will come up from Citra, Florida. Will be in the right-hand lane. A 6.97 dial for Russ. Curtis Peak is in the left lane out of Quitman, Georgia. Curtis Peak dialed in at 6.45. And they thunder on down the track, looking to get to round 3. Who's it going to be? And it's going to be the left lane, Curtis Peak, with a 6.484 at 98.67 miles per hour for Curtis Peak, and moves into round number 3. Kenny Bevins in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 6.12, going up against Paul Allen from Middleburg, Florida. Paul Allen with a 6.62. Dial. Kenny with a 6.12. Bit of a slight advantage here for Paul Allen. Paul's been pretty good here this weekend. See if it's going to be Paul or Kenny in round number 3. Pretty good matchup here as we continue to get through. First call for the Super Pro Bike. Super Pro Bike to lane number 7. Second call for Super Pro Bike to lane number 7. Wheel stand there for Paul Allen. 007s for Paul Allen, but Kenny's going to get him. Kenny with a 6.112 at 105.94 miles per hour as Kenny moves on to round number 3, eliminating Paul Allen. Bob Hogston, who's also celebrating a birthday today out of Lake Butler, Florida. 6.26 dial for Bob Hogston. Happy birthday to Bob. Jeremy Davis will be in the right-hand lane on the motorcycle. Bob trying to get to round 3. And he's not going to do it. Jeremy Davis is going to win in the right-hand lane. A 6.309 for Jeremy Davis at 79.92 miles per hour for Jeremy, and moves into round number 3. Joe Conley from Savannah, Georgia. He'll be up next. He'll be in the right-hand lane, going up against Emmanuel in the left-hand lane. Emmanuel from High Springs, Florida, 7.66 dial for Emmanuel. Conley with the 6.13. Again, calling all of the Super Pro bikes to lane number 7 for second round eliminations. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling all FB Trailers Super Pro cars to lanes 1 and 2 for second round eliminations. FB Trailers Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2 for second round eliminations. This is Dawson Bass and Mel Reisky. And the winner going to Dawson Bass, 7.107 for Dawson. And 95.67 miles per hour, Dawson Bass going on to round number 3. James Turner will be in the right-hand lane going up against Andy Lindsay. Andy Lindsay will be in the left-hand lane out of Alachua. 6.74 dial for Andy. James Turner going to be in the right-hand lane, Keystone Heights, Florida. 7.0 dial for James. Good race out of these two, and it's going to be Andy Lindsay moving on to the next round, 6.766 at 100.12 miles per hour. James Red of 6.998 at 96.58. Andy Lindsay into round 3. Leah Tadaro in the right-hand lane going up against Phil Green. Phil Green from Ocala has a 6.01 dial. Leah Tadaro from Gainesville, 7.58 for Leah. And then we can go to Phil Green in the left-hand lane. Phil Green with a 6.018 pass at 109.86 miles per hour eliminates Leah Tadaro. So Phil Green going on to round number 3. And that'll bring up car number 12 at 91 in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 6.34. And then you've got car number 219P, the Corvette, in the left lane, dialed in at 6.51. And if you are a Super Pro bike, you should be in lane 7. You're coming up next for your second round eliminations. Calling all FB Super Pro cars to lanes 1 and 2 for round 2 eliminations. Right lane's going to take the win at 6.369 at 105.18 miles per hour. And they'll move on to the next round. Tony Gambardella in the right-hand lane comes up with a 6.06 dial. He'll be facing off against John Rollins. John Rollins with a 5.77 in the left-hand lane. Trying to get to round number 3. To do so, he'll have to go through Tony Gambardella. And the win go to Tony. Tony moving into round number 3. A 6.081 for Tony Gambardella, and he moves into the 3rd round. Donnie Hutto will be in the right-hand lane from Jessup, Georgia. Will be going up against Mike Gaffney from Wildwood. And a red light for Donnie Hutto, and Mike Gaffney is going through to round number 3. Gaffney has 7.008, 97.3 miles per hour for Mike Gaffney, a 7.008 there. Good start for him, too. Good run for Mike as he moves on to round number 3, eliminates Donnie Hutto. Dustin Daniel comes up from Lake Butler, Florida, with a 6.62. He'll be in the right-hand lane going up against Lee Hauser from Ponte Vedra, Florida, a 6.99 dial for Lee. Win going to Dustin Daniel in the right-hand lane is 6.704 for Dustin Daniel at 93.68 miles per hour as Dustin moves his way into the next round. Reed Ferrara will be in the right lane from Jacksonville, Florida, going up against John Enfield from Dade City. Win's going to Reed Ferrara in the right lane. 6.440 at 105.38 miles per hour for Reed Ferrara, and moves into the third round. Kenny Bevins in the right-hand lane going up against Mike Matreeson. Mike from Brooksville and Kenny from Tallahassee. 6.39 dial for Mike and a 6.12 for Kenny. Kenny going through to the next round, 6.133 pass for Kenny, and that's 104.91 miles per hour for Kenny Bevins. Andy Pugh comes up next from Middleburg, Florida. He'll be going up against Marcus Cruz. Double red light. Wing going to Marcus Cruz in the left lane. 7.060 for Marcus Cruz as he moves on to round number 3. That brings up Travis Britt. This is our first round bye in the Jeans Class Pro Class. Travis from Glen St. Mary. We'll see Travis in round number 3. We'll see what he is able to lay down here. And then we'll get right into our Super Pro bike. And again, calling all FB Super Pro cars to lanes 1 and 2 for second round eliminations. And you'll follow the Super Pro bikes. Time for the Super Pro bike class coming up here. For second round eliminations for Super Pro bike, it's Dwayne Leachman in the right-hand lane out of Wildwood and Vance Howdyshell from Vero Beach, Florida in the left-hand lane. The wing going to Vance in the left-hand lane, 7.619 at 91.40 miles per hour for Vance Howdyshell. That brings up Scott DeLong in the right-hand lane going up against Pablo Gonzalez. Pablo Gonzalez in the left-hand lane. Scott DeLong in the right-hand lane out of Citra. Pablo from Orlando. Jeff Tisdale gets the win at 5.721 and 101.18 miles per hour. Moving into round number 3. It's Samuel Parrish from Green Cove Springs, Florida, in the right lane, going up against John Upgrove. Samuel Parrish grabbed that win at 5.515 and 124.30 miles per hour. Santi Rodriguez Jr. will be in the right-hand lane going up against Anthony Vieira. We can go into Santi Rodriguez Jr. in the right-hand lane, 5.565 for Santi. At 106.57 miles per hour, Santi Rodriguez moving on to round 3. Reginald Harper in the right lane going against Jeremy Fireball Davis. Joe Clemmie with a 5.742 pass at 115.53 miles per hour. Joe Clemmie will go on to the 3rd round, and that'll start our FB Trailers Super Pro class. Trent Horton won that race with a 6.170 pass at 110.39 miles per hour. Trent Horton moving on to round 3. Bradley Motter will be in the right lane, a 4.38 dial for Bradley Motter. He'll be going up against Robert Treadwell in the Dragster in the left lane. Robert Treadwell with a 4.66 dial. We'll see who goes on to round 3. And that win goes to Mark Horton in the left lane. 4.748 at 142.18 miles per hour. Gets Mark Horton into the third round. Gene Spaziani will be in the right-hand lane on Lake City, Florida, going up against Keith Collins in the left lane. Keith with a 5.61 dial, Gene with a 5.35. Perfect reaction time from Keith Collins. We'll see if he holds it. No, Gene Spaziani comes back, and Gene beats him with a 5.378, and Gene gets into round number 3 out of 125.27 miles per hour for Gene Spaziani. Glenn Newmans comes up in the right-hand lane from Alachua, Florida. Glenn Newmans with a 5.55 dial. Tierra Carter in the left lane from Waycross, Georgia. 5.21 dial for Tierra. Glenn Newmans moves to round 3 with a 5.565 in the right-hand lane at 124.63 miles per hour after Tierra red lights in the left lane. That'll bring up Bruce Root in the right lane from Bushnell, Florida, going up against Victor Adams from Gainesville. Right-hand lane, Bruce Root is going to move on to round 3. A 7.191 pass for Bruce Root at 93.50 miles per hour as Bruce Root moves his way into round number 3. Gary Vasquez in the right lane going up against Bill Highhouse from Middleburg, Florida. Bill dialed in with a 4.51 and Gary a 4.82. Gary Vasquez moving on to the next round. Bill Highhouse with the red light, and Gary Vasquez with a 142.13 mile per hour pass as Gary moves into the third round. David Harris will be in the right-hand lane, the dragster. Bart Treadwell will be in the left lane out of Callahan, Florida. Both of them red light, and going on to the next round is going to be Bart Treadwell. A 6.679 pass for him, 104.42 miles per hour off the double red. Bobby Trinnell will be in the right-hand lane, the roadster out of Fort White, Florida. Brennan George will be in the left lane, a 6.06 dial. Bobby Trinnell with a 5.25. And the wing going to Brennan George in the left-hand lane to 6.094 at 110.9 miles per hour for Brennan George. Moves into round number 3. Derek Vasquez is going to be in the right-hand lane, and the number 2173 Dragster. Dragster number 2375 belongs to Savannah Highhouse. Should be in the left lane, 4.77. Dial for Savannah Highhouse, Middleburg, Florida. And a wing going to Derek Vasquez in the right-hand lane. Derek Vasquez, a 5.218 pass at 124.86 miles per hour. Derek Vasquez moved on to the next round. Dave Damrest will be in the next pairing with Grayson Wright. Dave Damrest in the right-hand lane in dragster number 154F out of Fort McCoy, Florida. And he'll dial in at 4.65 in that right-hand lane. Turning our attention to the left-hand lanes, Grayson Wright. Grayson Wright, dragster number 206G, out of Middleburg, Florida. And Grayson dialed in at 4.98. Wing go to Grayson Wright in the left-hand lane, a 5.003 for Grayson. 131.86 miles per hour as Grayson moves into round number 3, eliminating Dave Damrest. Randy Binger in the left-hand lane, going up against dragster number 28. 4.38 dial in the right-hand lane for this dragster. Randy dialed in at 4.94. Wing going to the right-hand lane, a 4.399 pass at 157.45 miles per hour.
All right, we're going to run out there and get that camera back up and going for y'all. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Tommy Campbell in the right-hand lane. Gets the win, 6.344 at 107.77 miles per hour. Moves Tommy into the next round. Buddy Goolsby will come up next. He'll be in the right-hand lane out of High Springs, Florida. One up against Chuck Trotter from McClenny, Florida. Chuck Trotter moving on to round number 3, eliminating Buddy Goolsby. Chuck Trotter with a 4.612 at 149.38 miles per hour. And this will be Will Highhouse coming up in the left lane out of Middleburg, Florida, going up against Scott Motter. Scott Motter will be in the right-hand lane, a 4.51 dial for Scott, and a 5.80 for Will Highhouse in that left lane. Attention to the pits, now calling the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street, as well as Pro Bike to lane 7, Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Once again, Pro Bike to lane 7, Junior Street to lane 2 for second round eliminations. Win going to Michael Peak in the right-hand lane, 5.614 at 120.70 miles per hour as Michael Peak moves into round number 3. John Hamill from Orange Park, Florida, in the right-hand lane, going up against Jackie Bennett. Jackie in the left-hand lane, 4.42 dial for Jackie. And John Hamill in the right lane, 4.99 dial for John. And Jackie Bennett moves on to the next round, 4.457 pass at 138.60 miles per hour. Once again, now calling the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2 for second round eliminations, and Pro Bike to lane 7 for a second round elimination. Now calling the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street over to round lane 1 and 2 for second round eliminations. Pro Bike to lane 7. Again, the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street, you are up next. Lanes 1 and 2. Thank you. Ken Grant, Jim Barber are going up against one another. I get to round number 3. And it's Ken Grant. Ken Grant with a 6.36 pass, 103.80 miles per hour. Kelly Hicks will come up in the right lane, going up against Brian Jones. Brian Jones in the left lane from Orange Park, Florida. Kelly from Elkton. And see who's going to be going through to round number 3. Kelly Hicks against Brian Jones. And the winner's going to be Kelly Hicks in the right-hand lane. Kelly Hicks going to the next round. 4.559 for Kelly Hicks. At 150 even. 150 miles per hour for Kelly Hicks will get him into round number 3. James Hicks Jr. will be in the right lane. Steve Shoemaker in the left lane, dialed in at 4.72 out of Jacksonville, Florida. Shoemaker line up next to James Hicks Jr. Hails out of Elkton, Florida. And you got a 4.68 dial for James to a 4.72 for Steve. Very similar dials, and we'll see who comes out on top and heads into round number 3. If you haven't already, make sure to get into your stage lanes if you're the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. And Pro Bike, you should be in your stage lanes ready to go. Steve Shoemaker makes it into round number 3 with a 4.742 pass at 139.01 miles per hour as Steve makes it into the next round. Kenny Bevins in the right-hand lane going up against Nate Hamilton. Nate Hamilton out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. He's going to be in the left-hand lane, a 5.63 dial for Nate. And Kenny with the 6 even. Wilbert Wooten in the right-hand lane out of Douglas, Georgia, going up against Pablo Gonzalez. Pablo Gonzalez in with a 5.66 and a 5.55 dial for Wilbert in the right lane. Wilbert's been pretty fast so far this weekend. We'll see if Pablo Gonzalez can break into round 3, or will it be Wilbert? And a red light for Pablo Gonzalez. That's going to eliminate Pablo Gonzalez. Wilbert Wooten will go into round number 3. Not sure what happened to Tony Gambardella there. That's Joe Pinkston in the right-hand lane, and Joe Pinkston with an 8.506 pass at 79.61 miles per hour for Joe. Coming up, it's Glenn Newman's in the right lane out of Alachua, Florida. Glenn Newman's in the right-hand lane. Glenn Newman's with a 5.555 at 122.79 miles per hour. Glenn Newman moves into round number 3. That was a great day so far for Nevaeh Hicks in that left-hand lane. 4.871 at 137.75 miles per hour. Glenn Newman's moving on to round number 3. And as far as Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street, you're going to be coming up along with Pro Bike. We'll be in lane 7. Junior Street should be 1 and 2. Joe Pinkston and Tony Gambardella, please come to the stage lanes for a rerun. You'll be in lanes 3 and 4. Tony Gambardella and Joe Pinkston, come to the stage lanes for a rerun. You'll be in lanes number 3 and 4. If you're parked in lanes number 3 and 4, please make way for Joe Pinkston and Tony Gambardella. They're going to be coming around for a rerun in lanes number 3 and 4. Again, if you're in the pits, Tony Gambardella and Joe Pinkston, we need you guys to come on over to lanes 3 and 4. Tony Gambardella and Joe Pinkston, please come to lanes 3 and 4 for a rerun. If you're in the pits, come on over for a rerun. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6 for round 2 eliminations. Again, calling the Lakeland Sportsman class, the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6 for second round eliminations. This is Hunter Dowling going up against Chelsea Duane. And Chelsea with the red light. Hunter will move into the next round. Hunter heads on down the racetrack. And Hunter going to move into the next round. Hunter with a 9.736. That's 71.77 miles per hour. Aaron Kennedy will be in the right-hand lane going up against Hayden De Leon in the left lane in the Chevy pickup. Aaron Kennedy in the Ford Explorer. Red light from Hayden De Leon, and Aaron Kennedy will be going to the next round in the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street Class. Aaron Kennedy at 10.814 at 66.31 miles per hour. Coming up, it's going to be the Pro Bike class. They'll be in lane 7. You should be in lane 7 if you're part of the Pro Bike class. And round 2 eliminations coming your way in lane number 7. And calling all Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6 for second round eliminations. Joe Pinkston to lanes 3 and 4. Joe Pinkston back to the stage lanes for your rerun. Again, we're looking for Joe Pinkston back to lanes 3 and 4 for your rerun. Richard Holder in the right-hand lane going up against Dwayne Leachman. Red light for Dwayne Leachman. That'll eliminate Dwayne. Richard Holder going on to the next round. Richard with a 8.620 to 152.42 pass for Richard Holder, who moves into round number 3 for the pro bike. Samuel Parrish will be in the right-hand lane against Joe Clemming. Joe Clemming from Davenport, Iowa. Samuel Parrish representing Green Cove Springs, Florida. 8.78 dial for Samuel Parrish and a 9.25 for Joe Clemming. Joe Pinkston, report to the stage lanes. Again, Joe Pinkston, report to lanes 3 and 4 for your rerun. Winner going to Tom Motes in the right-hand lane. Tom putting down a 10.903 at 120.21 miles per hour as Tom Motes gets into the next round. It'll be Scott DeLong in the right-hand lane going up against Anthony Vieira. Anthony from Palm Coast, Florida in the left lane. Scott DeLong in the right lane from Citra. 9.10 dial for Scott and Anthony with an 8.34. The win going to Anthony Vieira in the left lane, 8.487 at 143.22 miles per hour. Scott DeLong ran a 9.145 at 143.90 miles per hour. Larry Berger, red lights, and Reginald Harper will go to the next round. Reginald Harper putting down at 13.046 at 97.06 miles per hour as Reginald gets into round number 3. Brings up Vance Hoddishell in the right-hand lane, going up against John Upgrove. And we go to John Upgrove in the left lane, 8.630 pass, 151.58 miles per hour for John Upgrove, and he moves into the third round. Now to bring up Jeff Berrier, who will be in the left-hand lane, an 11.71 dial for Jeff Berrier, going up against Marcus Cruz, set at 11.19 for his. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Now hear this. All FB Trailer Junior Dragsters come to the stage lanes for next round eliminations. Calling all FB Trailers Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes for next round eliminations. Second round eliminations for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Please come to the stage lanes. We go to Jeff Barrier in the left lane, 11.830 for Jeff, 115.59 miles per hour for Jeff Barrier. And that moves Jeff into round number 3 in the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. We got Eric in the left-hand lane going against Ashley Motter. Eric Benitez moves on to the next round. He'll move to round 3 with a 13.004 at 81.59 miles per hour. And that'll bring up Dawson Bass in the right-hand lane out of Jacksonville, Florida in the Ford Mustang, going up against Dennis Harsh in the Infiniti. Dennis right down the road in Gainesville. And we go to Dawson Bass in the right-hand lane, 12.280 at 79.25 for Dawson Bass as he crossed the line down there. Jacob Richards will come up next in the white Mustang. He'll be going up against Scott DeLeon in the left lane, an 11.13 dial for Scott and a 12.10 for Jacob. Again, second call for FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Red light in the right lane gives the win to Scott. Scott going on to round number 3 at 11.202's pass for Scott DeLeon. 101.79 miles per hour as Scott moves to round number 3. Jen Robards going up against Kevin Roberts. Kevin Roberts will be in that left-hand lane. Jen, who's celebrating a birthday tomorrow, has had a pretty good day so far. Can she keep it going? 11.97 on the dial for Jen, going up against Kevin. Kevin on 11.72 he's looking for. And the win's going to go to Jen. Jen moving on to round number 3 at 11.996 for Jen Robards. At 107.72 miles per hour, eliminating Kevin Roberts. Mitchell Gunter in the right-hand lane out of Stark, Florida. 12.82 dial on that machine. In the Dodge Charger going up against Monica Roberts from Ocala. And the wing going to Monica Roberts in the left lane, 12.667 at 97.27 miles per hour for Monica Roberts, who moves into round number 3. Tom Courtney is going to come up in the Trans Am. That'll be in the right lane. Tom Courtney out of High Springs, Florida, going up against Larry Urbanek from Jacksonville, Florida. Third call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. You should be in the stage lanes ready to go. You will be on deck. We're going to start with the 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8. Should be ready to go in lane 8. Wing going to Larry Urbanek in the left-hand lane. Larry heads on down there at 12.549 in the left lane at 105.84 miles per hour. Jason Rollins in the right-hand lane going up against Jay Dixon. winner is going to be in the right lane. Jason Rollins from High Springs, Florida, going on to the next round. Jason Rollins, 11.476 and 113.50 miles per hour. Daniel Soliers will be in the right lane going up against Eric Benitez from Orlando. One more here is Bart Pangolinin from Melrose, Florida, and the Chevy Corvette. We'll set Bart down, and then we'll get ready for the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. It'll be coming up. We'll start with the 6 to 9 year olds in lane number 8 and work our way over. Bart Pangolinin ran a 12.371 at 110.26 miles per hour. And we're going to get ready here for the Junior Dragsters, which will be coming up shortly. So we'll get our 6 to 9 year olds in with Madison Motter in the left-hand lane, a 12.19 dial for Madison Motter. She'll be going up against Caleb Hamilton in the right-hand lane out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. Red light from Madison Motter, and Caleb Hamilton will be going through to the next round. A 12.599 pass for Caleb Hamilton, and a 48.27 miles per hour. That'll bring up Brinley Holloway in the right-hand lane, going up against Madison Wooten from Douglas, Georgia. Brinley from Inverness. Attention down in the pits. The concession stand is going to be closing at 2 p.m. today. So just a reminder that the concession stand down there is going to be closing at 2 p.m. Madison Wooten getting the win in the left lane at a 12.199 at 50.88 miles per hour. Friendly Holdaway ran a 12.197 at 48.45 in that right lane. Hudson Matz comes up in the right lane from Gainesville, Florida. 11.20 dial for Hudson. Peyton Duffett coming up against Jason Motter, who will be in the right-hand lane. Peyton Duffett out of Wesley Chapel. This is our 10 to 12-year-olds. Jason Motter, red lit, and Peyton Duffett will go through with an 8.970, 71.50 miles per hour. That'll bring up Scarlett Hickson, Jackson Collins. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Now calling the Jeans Glass Pro Class over to lanes 3 and 4 for your next round. Round 3 for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. First call for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Please come to lanes 3 and 4. Stage lanes 3 and 4 for the Jeans Glass Pro Class for round 3 eliminations. And away they go. See who's moving on to the next round. Is it Jackson Collins or Scarlett Hicks? And it's going to be Scarlett. Scarlett wins with a 9.17 at 70.96 miles per hour as Scarlett Hicks moves into the next round. This is Blake Jones in the right lane going up against Johnny Moxley in the left lane. Johnny out of Keystone Heights. And Blake Jones out of Orange Park, Florida. Identical dials on both of these race cars, so they will leave at the same time. 9.06, Blake Jones and Johnny Moxley. And then we can go to Blake Jones in the right-hand lane, 9.090 at 70.98 miles per hour as Blake Jones goes into round number 4. Wyatt Hicks will be in the right lane, 9.04 dial for Wyatt. And Morgan in the left-hand lane, Morgan Wooten from Douglas, Georgia, 8.90 dial for Morgan. And Dragster number 287. We can go to Wyatt Hicks in the right-hand lane, 9.123. Pass at 70.91 miles per hour for Wyatt Hicks, who's going to go into the next round. We'll bring up Shaw Daniel in the left-hand lane. Shaw, 9.12 dial for Shaw. And we are looking for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Round 3 eliminations coming up. Head on over to lanes 3 and 4. Jeans Glass Pro Class. This is the second call for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. You can head over to lanes 3 and 4 for third round eliminations. Shaw Daniel with a 9.095 pass at 71.60 miles per hour for Shaw. That'll move us into the 13 to 17-year-old class. This is Hunter Dowling in the right-hand lane going up against Caden Holloway from Inverness, Florida. Caden with an 8.04 dial. And Hunter with an 8.04, so identical dials for both of these machines. We can go in $100 in the right-hand lane, a 8.031 pass at 79.76 miles per hour for $100, who moves into round number 4. Caden Holloway ran a 7.981 at 80.81 miles per hour. Sierra Height is going to be in the left-hand lane. Sierra from Keystone, Florida. 8.02 dial on that machine. And then Xavier Cook from Middleburg, Florida, going to be in the right-hand lane. A 7.99 dial for Xavier. Race was won by Sierra Height with a 7.993 at 80.91 miles per hour. Xavier ran a 7.943 at 80.82 miles per hour. That'll bring up Lincoln McMaster in the right-hand lane, going up against Aaron Kennedy in the left lane. Aaron with the 8.5 dial, Lincoln with 7.95. Okay, calling all the Jeans Class Pro Class cars over to lanes 3 and 4. Red light from Aaron Kennedy and Lincoln McMaster. We'll head to the next round, 7.898 pass for Lincoln. 82.30 miles per hour for Lincoln as he moves into the next round. I bring up Molly Banger against Brooklyn Collins. Brooklyn in the left lane from Keystone Heights, and she'll be going up against Molly from Palmetto, Florida. Brooklyn Collins gets the win, 7.978 for Brooklyn Collins at 77.36 miles per hour, moves to the next round. Elizabeth Boyett against Jace Santiago. That'll be our next matchup between these two. We're going up Elizabeth Boyett in the right lane. 0.095 pass at 77.30 miles per hour as Elizabeth goes to the next round. Ryan Cook will be in the right lane from Middleburg, Florida against Lake Butler's Weston Daniel. light for Ryden Cook and the win going Weston Daniel. And the left lane at 8.101 at 79.40 miles per hour. And Weston Daniel into the next round. We're going to brush up the track a little bit for you, and after we do that, we'll get right to the Jeans Glass Pro Class for round 3 eliminations.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms .
They're ready for round 3 of the Jeans Glass Pro Class eliminations. You'll have Reed Ferrara in the right-hand lane going up against Andy Lindsay in the left lane. Attention to the pit, attention to the pits, now calling Super Pro Bike to lane 7. Super Pro Bike to lane number 7. You got to be make sure that you're here for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. If you're not here, we are running the 3rd round right now. Jeans Glass Pro Class needs to be in lanes number 3 and 4. We are running round number 3 right now. Super Pro Bike to lane number 7. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits, now calling the FB Trailers Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. FB Trailers Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2 for 3rd round eliminations against Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2 for 3rd round eliminations. Also calling Pro Bike, Super Pro Bike to lane 7. Super Pro Bike to lane 7 for 3rd round eliminations. Wing going to D in the left lane, 6.597 and 103.15 miles per hour. Pete Rogas in the right lane going up against Rich Kamore. Rich Kamore gets the victory in the left lane, 6.451 at 105.26 miles per hour as Rich makes it into the next round. That'll bring up Kenny Bevins in the right lane and John Dwayne in the left lane. Again, tension in the pits, calling all Super Pro bikes to lane 7 and FB Trailer Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2 for 3rd round eliminations. And the wing going to Kenny in the right lane. Kenny moving on to the next round with a 6.1 even, 104.52 miles per hour. Jason Rollins will be in the right lane, going up against Kevin Roberts. Kevin Roberts, 7.51 dial, going up against Jason Rollins with 7.24. Again, calling all Super Pro bikes to lane 7. For your 3rd round eliminations, calling all FB Trailer Super Pro cars to lanes 1 and 2 for round 3 eliminations. Wing going to Jason Rollins in the right-hand lane, 7.256 at 92.87 miles per hour. Jason Rollins from High Springs, Florida, going into round number 4. Dawson Bass in the right lane, going up against Marcus Cruz. Marcus Cruz is 7.10 dial to Dawson Bass is 7.09. Not much of a difference here. Dawson Bass and Marcus Cruz going essentially head-to-head here. Oh, Oh, and Marcus Cruz is going to red light by 001. Tough break for Marcus Cruz. Dawson Bass going to round 4. 7.070 for Dawson Bass, 96.83 miles per hour. Dawson Bass going to round 4. Joe Conley comes up the right-hand lane going up against Travis Britt. Travis Britt from Glen St. Mary in the left lane. Joe Conley from Savannah, Georgia. And away going to Joe Conley in the right lane. Joe Conley a 6.140 at 110.20 miles per hour. And Conley makes it to round number 4. Brett Gaffney comes up in the left lane from Wildwood, Florida. Going up against Jeremy Davis. Davis on the bike from Palm Coast, Florida. And a red light from Mike Gaffney. Jeremy Davis will be going through to round number 4. 5.908 pass for Jeremy Davis at 124.35 miles per hour. Brings up Daniel Soliers in the right lane, gets to Curtis Peak. Curtis from Quitman, Georgia. And if you are a Super Pro bike, you should be in lane number 7. You are on deck. And then after that, we'll have the FB Trailer Super Pro. You should be in lanes 1 and 2 and ready to go, as you'll be right after the Super Pro bikes. Curtis Peak going around number 4, a 6.4274 pass for Curtis Peak at 97.50 miles per hour, eliminating Daniel Soliers. Christopher Duffett comes up in the right lane from Wesley Chapel. He'll be going up against Mark Horton. Mark Horton in the left lane. Mark with a 6.24 dial. Christopher with a 6.47. Here we go. And it's a win for Christopher Duffett. He moves into round 4. 6.485 for Christopher Duffett at 102.47 miles per hour as Christopher moves his way to the next round. Tony Gambardella comes up in the right-hand lane going up against Phil Green. Phil Green with a 6.01 from Ocala, Florida. And Tony Gambardella, a 6.06 dial. This is the final pair of pro bike. Oh, and a red light in the right-hand lane, and Dustin Daniel will end up in number 4. So Dustin Daniel going to the 4th round, 6.630 at 101.48 miles per hour for Dustin Daniel. And I'll bring up our Super Pro bike class again for their round 4 eliminations. It's going to be around 3 eliminations coming up here for the Super Pro bike. Reginald Harper in the right lane going up against Joe Clemming from Davenport, Iowa. Tension in the pits. We are going to have the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street. You're going to be in lanes 3 and 4. When you come back around, you're going to be in lanes 3 and 4 the rest of the day for the Allen's Speed and Machine Junior Street. You can come over to the stage lanes. It'll be lanes 3 and 4 for the Junior Street. Again, Junior Street, lane 3 and 4 when you come around for your next round of eliminations. You can come over now to the stage lanes. So first call for the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. You're going to be moved to lanes 3 and 4 for the remainder of the day. Joe Clemming won that race. Samuel Parrish going to be in the left lane going up against Vance Howdy-Shell. Winner going to be Samuel Parrish in the left lane. Samuel Parrish with 5.528 at 120.8 miles per hour. Sam moves into the next round for the Super Pro bikes. Again, calling the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Streets over to lanes 3 and 4 for your next round of eliminations. Jeff Tisdale going against Santi Rodriguez Jr. And Jeff Tisdale going to eliminate Santi Rodriguez Jr. Jeff Tisdale with a 5.632 pass at 119.30 miles per hour. As Jeff Tisdale makes it to the next round. Pablo Gonzalez will get the free run in this round. Pablo out of Orlando. So coming up, this is our FB Trailer Super Pro class. We'll run the Super Pros, and then we'll move to the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street. You'll be in lane number 3 and 4. If you're still working your way over for Junior Street, you'll be in lane number 3 and 4. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Now calling the Pro Bike class over to lane number 7. Pro Bike class to lane number 7. Also calling the Lakeland Sportsman class to lane number 5 and 6 for next round eliminations. Calling Lakeland Sportsman class, the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. Calling the Pro Bikes to lane 7. right, second call for the Pro Bikes to lane number 7 and the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman to lane 5 and 6 for round 4 eliminations. Currently working our way through round 4 eliminations for the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Jackie Bennett will be in the left lane going up against Glenn Newmans. Glenn Newmans in the right, and Glenn Newmans won that race. Gary Vasquez actually in the right lane going up against Grayson Wright. Grayson Wright will be in the left lane from Middleburg, Florida. Gary Vasquez moving on with a 4.864. Dragster 28 in the right lane going up against Chuck Trotter. Chuck Trotter in the left lane. We're going through round number 5. We're going to Chuck Trotter in the left lane. 4.611 and 149.30 miles per hour for Chuck Trotter, who moves through to round number 5. Gene Spaziani will be in the right lane, going up against Steve Shoemaker. Tough red light there for Gene Spaziani. Steve moving through to round number 5. 4.716 pass at 144.35 miles per hour. Derek Vasquez will be going up against Will Highhouse. Derek Vasquez in the right lane out of Gainesville, Florida. Will Highhouse in the left lane. Winner was Will Highhouse with a 5.814 pass at 116 miles per hour. Tony Campbell will come up in the right-hand lane, going up against Bart Treadwell. In the right lane going up against Robert Treadwell. Treadwell in the left lane out of Callahan, Florida. 4.67 dial for Robert Treadwell. Wilbert Wooten in the right lane out of Douglas, Georgia. 5.54 dial on that machine. See who goes through the round number 5. Now calling Pro Bike to lane 7. Pro Bikes to lane 7. For round 4 eliminations. Also calling the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman cars to lane 5 and 6. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman to lane 5 and 6 for 4th round eliminations. Wilbert Wooten won that race, a 5.544 at 123.40 miles per hour. As they'll bring up Kelly Hicks in the right lane, Brennan George in the left.
This is 3rd round.
Continuing to work our way through 3rd round eliminations here at Gainesville Raceway, part of the 2026 Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. Brandon George winning a 6.067 and 110.71 miles per hour as Brandon George goes on to the next round, eliminating Kelly Hicks. Mark Horton will come up in the left-hand lane, going up against Brian Rodley in the right lane. And that race is going to be won by Mark Horton in the left lane. Mark Horton with a 4.782 pass at 135.69 miles per hour. Mark Horton moving on to round number 4. Michael Peak in the right lane from Quitman, Georgia, going up against Trent Horton. Trent Horton in the left lane. 617 dial on Trent Horton and a 5.61 on Michael Peak. Win going to Trent Horton in the left lane. Trent Horton. 002 reaction time for Trent Horton. Really nice there at 110 miles per hour for Trent Horton. I'll bring up Kevin Grant in the right lane. Jason Graham in the left. Once again, if you're part of Pro Bike, you should be in lane 7 for third round eliminations. Pro Bike to lane 7 for third round eliminations. They're still looking for 2 bikes in lane number 7. Tony Gambardella in the left lane going up against Kenny Bevins. Kenny in the right lane. Oh, the win going to Kenny. So Kenny's going to head on down the racetrack. Looks like a timeout there from Tony Gambardella in the right lane is going to get the dub. Wing go to Bruce Root in the right lane from Bushnell. And 7.214 pass for Bruce Root to get him into round 4. 92.90 miles per hour for Bruce Root. Coming up is going to be our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street Class. They're going to be in lanes 3 and 4. Then we'll move over to Pro Bike. Just make sure the Pro Bikes are over there. Looks like got most of our Pro Bikes over there. Pro Bike in lane 7 for your next round of eliminations. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman in 5 and 6.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
All right, so here's our junior street class, the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street. It's Aaron Kennedy in the right lane, Hunter Dowling in the left. And they're away. And then we go to Aaron Kennedy in the right lane. Aaron Kennedy with an 11.042 run at 56.16 miles per hour when Aaron crossed the line. So Aaron Kennedy moving to the next round. And that brings up Lincoln McMaster. Lincoln and the GMC pickup truck. We'll get the bye. Lincoln with a 10.05 dial. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Now calling the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the saved lanes for your next round of eliminations. Junior Dragsters, the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters, to the stage lanes, please. And down to our quarterfinals here, coming up for the Pro Bikes. And you're going to have Joe Clemmy in the left-hand lane. Going up against John Upgrove from Keystone Heights, Florida, who will be in the right lane. And we go to John Upgrove in the right lane at an 8.606 at 162.86 miles per hour. Richard Holder will come up in the right lane from Jacksonville. He'll be going up against Anthony Vieira. Second call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Anthony Vieira going to win. Richard Holder held on to that bike in the right lane. Anthony Vieira was able to get the win 8.789 and 140.9 miles per hour. For Richard Holder, it was a 9.116 and 140.27 miles per hour. Tom Oates is going to be in the right lane, and Reginald Harper, last of our pro bikes. This to get into the semifinal. And to red light from Tom Oates, and Reginald Harper will find his way into the next round. And Reginald got a run of 13.288 and 88.62. And that'll bring up our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman cars. Yeah, third call for FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. You're going to be on deck right after the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman division. We can go to Reginald Harper. Bart Pangolini coming up against Daniel Salyers in the right lane. Daniel Salyers from Reddick, Florida, and Bart Pangolini from Melrose.
Jeff Barry.
12.38 dial on Bart Pangolini's machine to 11.68 for Daniel Salyers.
Jeff Barrier won the third round to go on to the fourth round.
Bart Pangolini moving on. 12.386 pass for Bart Pangolini at 103.97 miles per hour. That'll bring up Jen Robards in the right lane, going up against Eric Benitez. This should be a good one. Both these cars have been dialed in so far today and looking to get into the next round. Jen versus Eric. We can go to Eric Benitez in the left-hand lane. Eric with a 12.811 at 100.22 miles per hour. Eric moving to the next round. Chris Courtney will come up in the Trans Am in the right-hand lane out of Gainesville, Florida. Monica Roberts will be in the left lane out of Ocala. Third call for FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. FB Trailer Junior Dragsters, so that's stage lanes. We can go to Monica Roberts in the left lane, 12.544 for Monica Roberts at 104.8 miles per hour. Monica Roberts moving into the next round. And this is Jason Rollins in the right lane going up against Dawson Bass. Dawson Bass is going to be in the left lane against Jason Rollins, who finds their way into the next round for our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. The wing going to Jason Rollins in the right-hand lane. Jason Rollins at 11.511 at 110.90 miles per hour for Jason Rollins. Moves into the next round. That'll bring up Scott DeLeon. And left lane, Scott, 11.22 dial. And final call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Make sure that you are in the stage lanes for your next round of eliminations. We're going to be moving right into our Junior Dragsters. So Scott going on to the next round. We'll see what Scott can lay down here. Scott puts down an 11.174 at 101.96 miles per hour. So coming up, we'll have our semifinals in the 6 to 9-year-old class. And then we'll move on to the 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2. And lane 1, we'll have the 13 to 17-year-olds for our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters.
Gaspar Paint and Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar Paint and Body.
All right, it is time for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. We're going to get them underway. This will be the semifinals in the 6 to 9 year old class. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the Jeans Glass Pro Class over for round 4 eliminations. Come to lanes 3 and 4. Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for 4th round eliminations. So our semifinal, who's going through to the final for the 6 to 9 year olds is Caleb Hamilton going up against Hudson Matz. Hudson Matz from Gainesville, Florida, and Caleb from Fitzgerald, Georgia. Hamilton against Matz. And they're ready to go. And a red light from Hamilton. And the win going to Hudson Matz in the right lane. Hudson Matz going to the final. Hudson Matz, a 12.181 at 51.54 miles per hour for Hudson Matz, who heads to the FB Trailer Junior 6 to 9 year old final. And that'll bring up the pony power machine of Madison Wooten in the left hand lane. Madison from Douglas, Georgia. And Madison will race in the final later today against Hudson Matz. So it'll be Madison Wooten and Hudson Matz in the final. A 12.196 for Madison Wooten there at 50.94 miles per hour. And we will move now into our 10 to 12 year old class. Again, calling Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for your next round of eliminations. Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for next round of eliminations. Shaw Daniel against Peyton Duffin. And Peyton Duffin goes into the semifinals. A 9.014 pass for Peyton Duffin at 70.29 miles per hour. Peyton Duffin out of Wesley Chapel will race in the semifinals. Blake Jones coming up in the right-hand lane, going up against Scarlett Hicks. Scarlett in the left lane, Blake Jones in the right. Red light for Scarlett Hicks, and Blake Jones will be going through to the semifinal. Blake Jones putting in a 9.077 at 73.22 miles per hour. And Blake Jones going through to the semifinal, eliminating Scarlett Hicks off of the red light. Wyatt Hicks will come up in the right-hand lane in dragster number X218. Wyatt Hicks, 9.0 dial. We'll get the remainder of the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters off in just a moment. It'll be our 13 to 17-year-olds. Before we circle back to the Jeans Glass Pro Class, you should be in lanes 3 and 4 for your next rounds. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling Super Pro Bike. Super Pro Bike to lane 7 for your next round of elimination. Super Pro Bike to lane 7. Wyatt Hicks, a 9.074 for Wyatt Hicks, moves into the semifinals of the 10 to 12-year-old class. 71.30 for Wyatt Hicks. Sierra Height comes up. This is our 13 to 17-year-old class. This is the quarterfinal. Sierra Height in the right lane going up against Weston Daniel. Winner goes to the semis. And we go to Weston Daniel. Weston Daniel in the left lane going into the semis from Lake Butler on 8.227 pass for Weston Daniel at 75.63 miles per hour, eliminating Sierra Height. Brooklyn Collins will come up in the right-hand lane. Brooklyn Collins from Keystone Heights, Florida, going up against Elizabeth Boyett from Cortez, Florida. So Brooklyn Collins in that right lane going up against Elizabeth Boyett, who makes it through to the semis. And a red light from Elizabeth Boyett. A little too early there for Elizabeth. And Brooklyn Collins will race in the semifinal. A 7.973 pass for Brooklyn Collins at 79.20 miles per hour. Brooklyn Collins going on. Lincoln McMaster comes up in the right-hand lane going up against Hunter Dowling. Hunter Dowling in the left lane dialed at 8.04. And Lincoln McMaster with a 7.92. The wing go to Hunter Dowling in the left lane. Hunter Dowling will race in the semifinals. An 8.071 pass for Hunter Dowling at 78.31 miles per hour. We're going to take a short break here as the track crew going to go to work and get things ready for the final rounds coming up here. Appreciate you coming out to the Gainesville Raceway for the 2026 Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. And we'll move on to Super Pro Bike. We need all Super Pro Bike in lane number 7 for your next round. Now calling Super Pro Bike to lane number 7. Now calling FB Trailer Super Pro cars to lanes number 1 and 2. Calling Super Pro Bike to lane 7. And Super Pro FB Trailer Super Pro cars to lanes 1 and 2. Rich Kamor in the left lane going up against Reed Ferrara. And Reed, tough break for Reed. Solid all day until then. A red light for Reed Ferrara and Rich Kamor going through the next round. Rich Kamor 6.420 at 105.81 miles per hour as Rich goes through to the next round. That brings up D in the left lane going up against Joe Conley. Now calling the FB Trailer Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2 for 4th round eliminations. And a 007 red light from Joe Conley. D. Lighty is going through to the next round. D with a 6.580, 103.55 mile per hour pass for D. And moves through to the next round. Seth Bevins is going to be in the right lane going up against Tony Gambardella. Once again, we need all Super Pro Bike. You should be in lane number 7. You are coming up next. And FB Trailer Super Pro, you need to be in lanes number 1 and 2 for your next round. And away go to Tony Gambardella in the left-hand lane, 6.108 for Tony, 101.98 miles per hour for Tony Gambardella going into the next round. That brings up Chris Duffett against Dawson Bass. Chris Duffett from Wesley Chapel going up against Dawson Bass. We're looking for one Super Pro motorcycle. Whoever needs to be part of Super Pro Bike, you need to be in lane number 7. Final call for Super Pro Bike in lane 7. Jeff Tisdale, you need to be in lane number 7. Jeff Tisdale to lane 7 immediately. Again, Super Pro, we're looking for Jeff Tisdale to lane number 7. This is Jason Rollins in the left lane versus Jeremy Davis on the bike. And the win going to Jason Rollins in the left lane. 7.309 for Jason Rollins. Puts him through to the next round. 85.42 miles per hour for Jason. Dustin Daniel will be in the right-hand lane, going up against Curtis Peak. Curtis Peak from Quitman, Georgia. And Lake Butler's Dustin Daniel will be in the right lane. Final call for Super Pro Bike. We're looking for one more bike in lane number 7. And the win go to Curtis Peak. Curtis Peak with a 6.503 at 97.23 miles per hour. Curtis Peak going into the next round. All right, we're going to move into the Super Pro bike class. Got one bike being worked on, so we're going to run this pair first before we get to the second pair. This will be Joe Clemmy in the left-hand lane from Davenport, Iowa, looking to get to the final, and Samuel Parrish in the right lane out of Green Cove Springs, Florida. We're going to the final of the Super Pro bike class. Joe Clemmy versus Samuel Parrish to get into the Super Pro Bike Final. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Joe Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa. A 5.760 pass at 114.12 miles per hour. Gets Joe Clemmy into the final. Great day, though, for Samuel Parrish. And we are just waiting on one more bike here. Give them some time, see if they can make it over here. This is Pablo Gonzalez in the right-hand lane. 5.42 dial for Pablo Gonzalez. Pablo Gonzalez going to the Super Pro Bike Final with a 5.410, 128.25 mile per hour pass for Pablo as he goes to the final. Coming up next, it's our Super Pro FB Trailer Super Pro class. Our next round for the Super Pros, trying to get to round number 5. This is round number 4 for them. Just want to make sure that we have our Allen Speed Machine Junior Streets in lanes 3 and 4 for your final. This is the second call for the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street in lane 3 and 4. First call for Pro Bike in lane 7. Pro Bike to lane 7 for your next round. Pro Bike to lane 7. Trent Horton versus Glenn Newman. Who's going to the next round? It's going to be Trent Horton in the left lane. A 6.176 on a 001. 109.92 miles per hour for Trent Horton. Bruce Root will be in the right lane from Bushnell, Florida. He'll be going up against Mark Horton. Mark Horton in the left lane. 4.75 dial for Mark and 7.20 for Bruce. Second call for Pro Bike to lane 7. Pro Bike to lane 7. And Mark Horton red lights, and Bruce Root moving through the next round to 7.185 at 92.97 miles per hour for Bruce Root. Gary Vasquez comes up in the right-hand lane going up against Chuck Trotter. Chuck Trotter with a 4.60 dial with that Dragster. Gary Vasquez with a 4.80. Now calling Pro Bike to lane 7. Pro Bikes to lane 7 for your next round of eliminations. Also calling Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman to lane 5 and 6. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman, come to lane 5 and 6 for your next round. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6 for your next round. Pro Bike to lane 7. Pro Bike to lane 7. So we should have Pro Bike in lane 7 and Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman in lanes 5 and 6. Getting ready to go. Brandon George versus Tommy Campbell coming up. And the winner is going to be Tommy Campbell in the right-hand lane going to the next round from Fleming Island, Florida. Tommy Campbell of 6.340 at 108.23 miles per hour. Ken Grant coming up in the right-hand lane going up against Steve Shoemaker. Shoemaker in the 2252 Dragster. A 4.71 dial for that machine. Final couple of cars here for the FB Trailer Super Pro. Then we'll get right into the Junior Street Final. And we'll hop over to lane 7 for Pro Bike. Pro Bike to lane 7 for your next round. Junior Street Final coming up in the lanes 3 and 4. And Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman into lanes 5 and 6. Not sure what happened to Ken Grant, but Steve Shoemaker going to get the win at a 4.891, 121.50 miles per hour for Steve, who goes to the next round. This is Wilbert Wooten in the right lane against Seth Bevins. And Bevins going to be just slightly early. And Wilbert Wooten going to their next round. Red light for Seth. So Wilbert Wooten from Douglas, Georgia with a 5.556 will get him into the next round at 123.8 miles per hour. And I'll bring up Will Highhouse from Middleburg, Florida. And we're going to be moving on to our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street Final after this run. If you are part of Pro Bike, please come over to lane number 7. You'll follow right after the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street Final. Will Highhouse. 5.818 run for him, 116.12 miles per hour. Second call for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman. You need to be in lane 5 and 6. You'll follow Junior Street and Pro Bike. Junior Street Final. It's going to be Lincoln McMaster from DeLeon Springs, Florida, in the left lane of the GMC pickup truck against Aaron Kennedy in the Ford Explorer. Aaron Kennedy with a 10.87 dial, Lincoln with a 10.03. And the winner will be crowned our champ today. Who's going to win it? Lincoln McMaster in that left lane of that GMC, or is it going to be Aaron Kennedy? And the winner going to be Lincoln McMaster in the left-hand lane, 10.026 to Lincoln McMaster, who wins our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street Class, 68.85 miles per hour for Lincoln McMaster after Aaron Kennedy redlit. Aaron Kennedy finishes in the runner-up spot today. Lincoln McMaster, your winner. This is our pro bike class. John Upgrove in the left lane from Keystone Heights, Florida. And John Upgrove going to the pro bike final. Put in an 8.640 at 157.25 miles per hour. That'll bring up Anthony Vieira and Reginald Harper, and the winner of this going to the final. Now calling the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters over to the stage lanes. The FB Trailers Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. We'll have our 6 to 9 final in lane 8. And our semifinals will be in lane 2 and 1 for both the 10 to 12 and 13 to 17-year-olds. Once again, FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. If you are part of the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. 5 and 6 for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. You are coming up next. All right, so Anthony Vieira and Reginald Harper, who goes through to the final? And the wing will be Reginald Harper. Reginald Harper in the right lane is going to the pro bike final. And 13.311 for Reginald Harper at 96.53 miles per hour. Eric Benitez in the right-hand lane going up against Monica Roberts. Red light from Eric Benitez and Monica Roberts going through to the next round. And Monica with a 12.509 and 106.7 miles per hour, eliminating Eric Benitez from the Sportsman class. Jason Rollins will be in the right-hand lane. Bar Pangilinan will be in the left lane in the Corvette. Final call for FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Again, FB Trailer Junior Dragsters, you should be in the stage lanes ready for the final and semifinals of your classes. And the win going to Jason Rollins in the right lane, 11.459 for Jason Rollins at 115.90 miles per hour. That brings up Jeff Berrier in the left lane, going up against Scott DeLeon in the right lane. Jeff with an 11.82 dial to Scott's 11.17. And a double red light from both of them, and the win going to Jeff Berrier. Jeff's going to win and go on to the next round with an 11.733 off the red light. 116.3 miles per hour for Jeff. Scott ran an 11.186, but Jeff moving on to the next round.
reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Any FB trailers? Wyatt Hicks, you need to be in lane 2. Wyatt Hicks, we're looking for Wyatt Hicks. FB trailer junior dragster. Wyatt Hicks to the stage lanes, please. All right, so it is time for the final for the 6 to 9 year olds and the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. Hudson Matz will be in the right lane from Gainesville, Florida, going up against Madison Wooten from Douglas, Georgia. Who gets it done? Hudson Matz gets it done. Hudson Matz is your winner. And Madison Wooten, your runner-up today. Hudson Matz wins with a 12.510 at 49.29 miles per hour. Madison finishes runner-up with a time of 12.625 at 50.63 miles per hour. Congratulations to both Hudson Matz and Madison Wooten on a job well done today. It's now calling the Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes number 3 and 4 for the next round of eliminations. The Jeans Class Pro Class, first call for the Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for your next round of eliminations. coming up here, this is the semifinal of our 10 to 12-year-old class. This is Weston Daniel against Hunter Dowling, the winner going to the final of the FB Trailer Junior 10 to 12-year-old class. And so Hunter Dowling in the right lane dialed in at 8.04. Weston Daniel in the left lane at an 8.13.
Oh, that's wrong class. That's got to be 13 to 17-year-olds.
Red light for Weston Daniel and Hunter Dowling going to the final. Just a tad bit early there for Weston Daniel, and Hunter Dowling with an 8.042 at 79.91 miles per hour, and is going to the final of the FB Trailer Junior Dragster 10 to 12-year-old class. So Hunter Dowling, and he'll face Brooklyn Collins, who will get by here into the final. Hunter Dowling against Brooklyn Collins in the final. Brooklyn Collins fires things up from Keystone Heights, Florida, is where Brooklyn Collins calls home. And dialed in at 7.99. She's going to try get this thing tuned up for the final. This is Blake Jones in the left lane going up against Wyatt Hicks, the winner going to the final of the 13 to 17-year-old class. Then calling the Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4. And also calling Super Pro Bike Final to lane 7. We can go to Blake Jones. Blake Jones on to the final of the 13 to 17-year-old category in the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Blake Jones put in a 9.125 at 70.55 miles per hour, eliminating Wyatt Hicks. Wyatt Hicks at 9.77 at 71.38 miles per hour. And that'll bring up Peyton Duffett as our final competitor here in the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. And Peyton Duffett going to go into the final with the bye. Peyton Duffett, a 9.0 dial from Wesley Chapel, Florida. And once Peyton Duffy goes, we're going to move over to our Jeans Glass Pro Class for our next round of eliminations. Peyton Duffy with a 9.044 pass at 70.28 miles per hour as Peyton Duffy goes to the final in the 13 to 17-year-old class for the Upbeat Trailer Junior Dragsters. Coming up next, we'll have the next round of our Jeans Glass Pro Class coming up in lanes 3 and 4. Also calling the Super Pro Bike class to lane number 7. Super Pro Bike to lane 7. The Jeans Glass Pro Class. And this is D in the left lane going up against Tony Gambardella. Tony in the right lane, dialed in at 6.06. We're going on to our semifinals. Calling FB Trailers Super Pro cars to lanes 1 and 2 for the next round of eliminations. Win going to D Lighty in the left lane, a 6.577 pass for D. At 103.64 miles per hour, D making it into the semifinals and eliminating Tony Gambardella. Jason Rollins will come up in the right-hand lane out of High Springs, Florida, and going up against Rich Kamor in the left lane. Winner going on to the next round, and that'll be our semifinal round coming up. Who's going to be Jason Rollins or Rich Kamor? winner is going to be Rich Kamor, moving into the semifinals with a 6.437 pass at 104.3 miles per hour as Rich goes into the next round. That brings up Curtis Peak in the left lane for Equipment Georgia, Christopher Duffett in the right lane, the winner going to the semifinals. And Curtis Peak is going to the semifinal. A run of 6.469 at 100.4 miles per hour for Curtis Peak. And Curtis Peak into the next round, in the semifinal round. So that'll do it for the Jeans Glass Pro class. We'll have our Super Pro Bike Final coming up. And that'll be followed by our FB Trailer Super Pro class. Best of luck to both of these competitors. They've done a great job today to get to this point. And we're going to find out who takes home first place prize. Joe Clemmy will be in the left lane from Davenport, Iowa, and you'll have Pablo Gonzalez, who will be in the right lane out of Orlando. Looking for the Pro Bike Final to lane number 7. Pro Bike Final, come on over to lane number 7. This is our final in the Super Pro Bike. It's Joe Clemmy versus Pablo Gonzalez. Joe Clemmy, he's been so strong this weekend. So has Pablo Gonzalez. This is a great final between these two. Who's going to take home first place? It's a tight race so far. And the win going to Pablo Gonzalez with a 5.411, 124.97 mile per hour pass for Pablo Gonzalez, who is your champion today in the Super Pro Bike class. How about that for Pablo Gonzalez? Joe Clemmy with a runner-up finish, a 5.737 pass at 115.62 miles per hour for Joe Clemmy. Pablo Gonzalez gets the win in the Super Pro Bike class today. Congratulations to Pablo Gonzalez and Joe Clemmy on making it to the final. Wilbur Wooten in the left lane going up against Tommy Campbell in the right lane. Tommy Campbell from Fleming Island and Wilbur Wooten from Douglas, Georgia. Winner going to our next round. Wilbur Wooten's been pretty on point today, so is Tommy Campbell. We got some great cars coming up here in the Super Pro class. Oh, and a red light for Wilbur Wooten. He was good so all day long. And Tommy Campbell is going to go on to the semifinal. Tommy Campbell with a 001 and a 6.337 pass at 108.11 miles per hour for Tommy Campbell going into the semifinals. Steve Shoemaker in the right-hand lane going up against Will Highhouse. Will Highhouse from Middleburg, Florida. Looking to get into the next round. Steve looking to make it to the semifinals as well. Steve from Jacksonville, Florida dialed in at 4.71 and Will Highhouse at a 5.81. We need our Pro Bike final to lane 7. Pro Bike final to lane 7, please. And the win going to Steve Shoemaker in the right-hand lane. 4.740 pass, 143.47 miles per hour. And Steve going to the semifinal. That brings up Bruce Root. Bruce Root representing Bushnell, Florida. A 7.17 dial for Bruce Root and Gary Vasquez in the right-hand lane from Alachua, Florida, 4.80 dial. The winner going on to the semifinals in our FB Trailer Super Pro class. Now calling the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. Both of these drivers have red lit, and the winner is going to be Gary Vasquez. Vasquez going to the semifinal, a double red light, and the right lane going to the final. That brings up Trent Horton in the right-hand lane, car number 229X. Callahan, Florida's Trent Horton will be in the right-hand lane. And coming up after Trent Horton, we're going to have our final in the Pro Bike class. Calling Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class, second call for you guys in lanes 5 and 6. You're going to follow the Pro Bike. Trent Horton, 6.198 at 110.26 miles per hour. Car 241C. .740 at 112.68 miles per hour. take the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class back to the stage lanes, and the junior, the FB trailer junior finals to the stage lanes. We'll take the junior final in the 10 to 12-year-old class and the 13 to 17-year-old class. Please come to the stage lanes. FB trailer junior finals to the stage lanes. This is the final of the pro bike. It's John Upgrove in the left lane going up against Reginald Harper. Who wins it today? There goes Reginald Harper. And John is going to red light. Both of them red light, but John Upgrove is going to be your winner today. A 005 wins it for John Upgrove, and he's going to head on down. Reginald Harper, congratulations, getting to the final as well. Job well done for both of those racers today. John Upgrove is going to end up as the winner in the left lane for Pro Bike today. We're going to move on to the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. That'll be up next, and we'll also have our junior finals coming up in the 10 to 12 and 13 to 17-year-olds. You should be in your lanes, lane 2 and lane 1 for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most foolproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Gaspar Paint Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar Paint and Body.
right, it's Monica Roberts versus Jason Rollins. The winner going to the final in the Sportsman class. Monica Roberts been so good today in the left lane out of Ocala, Florida, going up against Jason Rollins, who's been equally as competitive. And the winner going to the final in the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Oh, and a red light from Jason Rollins. And the win going to Monica Roberts. Monica Roberts will race for the win today. She'll go on to the final, and Jason Rollins just a tad bit early there in the right-hand lane. And a tough break for Jason Rollins. Going to finish in third position today. And I'll bring up Jeff Berrier in the right-hand lane. Jeff's going to go to the final in the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Jeff Berrier on 11.73 dial. And that Charger is going to take one final trip down the racetrack and come back around and face Monica Roberts in the final.
Jeff decided to take the tree and break the beam, and he's going back up and get ready for the final round against Monica Roberts.
All right, so Jeff Berrier going to the comes the final. Hunter Dowling and Brooklyn Collins. We'll also have another final in the junior dragsters after this. It'll be the 13, 17-year-olds. This is the second final. Had our 6 to 9-year-olds earlier. This is the 10 to 12-year-olds, Hunter Dowling and Brooklyn Collins. And the winner is going to be Brooklyn Collins. A 7.990 at 76.53 miles per hour. Brooklyn Collins is your winner today. Hunter Dowling finishes runner-up in the left lane. So congratulations to Brooklyn Collins and Hunter Dowling. Job well done today. Brooklyn Collins is your winner in the FB Trailer Juniors 10 to 12 class. That brings up Peyton Duffin and Blake Jones for your 13 to 17-year-old class. The FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. Peyton Duffin from Wesley Chapel, Florida, is going to dial at a 9.09. Identical dials for both of these cars. Blake Jones in the left lane from Orange Park, Florida. So who's it going to be? Our final race of the day for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters, and it's Peyton Duffin and Blake Jones. We'll have the Jeans Class, Pro Class, semifinal coming up after this, and then we'll have our final of the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman coming up as well. Here is the final, Peyton Duffin and Blake Jones. Down the track they go, and the winner today is Blake Jones. A 9.091 pass at 69.32 miles per hour for Blake Jones, who wins the FB Trailer Junior 13 to 17-year-old Junior Dragster. Peyton Duffin finishes a runner-up with a time of 9.023 at 69.82, but Blake Jones is your winner today. Congratulations to both of them. Coming up next, we'll have your Jeans Glass Pro Class coming up, and that'll be the semifinal there before we get to the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman Final coming up. And if you are part of that Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman Final, please come to lane 5 and 6. Calling the Lakeland Cadillac and the Super Pro class. Super Pro back to the stage lanes. All right, deal. Mighty in the right-hand lane going up against Rich Moore. And the winner going to the final, St. John's, Florida. Celebrating a birthday today, and what better way to celebrate than trying to make a final here in the Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. Rich Kamor going to the final, a 6.420 from Rich Kamor, 105.5 miles per hour. And Rich going to the final. I'll bring up Curtis Peak in the right lane. Curtis Peak from Quitman, Georgia, 6.45 dial. Curtis Peak going to the final, 6.804 pass at 78.18 miles per hour for Curtis.
It looks like Curtis just wanted the short numbers, 60 foot, and decided to shut it down there, save parts, save gas, to go into that final round eliminations.
Calling the Super Pro, FB Trailer Super Pro to the stage lanes for your final.
So all that's left today is the finals and pros and Sportsman. And we may be in the finals of Super Pro as well. I'm going to go get ready. I want to make a test hit here, so I want to leave it to the announcer. Again, I want to thank everyone for joining On the Spot Motorsports Media today here at Gainesville Raceway for the Scorpion Racing Products ET Series. Don't forget to follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, as we have a month filled of podcasts, and then we'll be back here in April for race number 7 and number 8 on the season. We got some interesting guests coming on our podcast, so that schedule is actually posted on our page. Feel free to go check it out and mark your calendars down for it.
It is time for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman Final. They worked all day to get to this point, and here they are in the final. It's going to be Jeff Berrier against Monica Roberts. And then after that, we'll have our semifinal in the Super Pro, the FB Trailer Super Pro class, to get to the final. Here's the final. Jeff Berrier in the left lane, dialed at 11.73. Monica Roberts from Ocala, Florida, dialed in at a 12.51. This is the final of the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Oh, Monica Roberts going to be your winner. Jeff Berrier with the red light. And Monica Roberts is the winner today of the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Monica Roberts, congratulations, from Ocala, Florida, is your winner today. She wins with a pass of 12.478 at 106 miles per hour from Monica Roberts. So how about that? Jeff Berrier finishes runner-up today and made a pass of 10.927 at 128.63 miles per hour. Congratulations to both of them getting here today. But it's Monica Roberts that wins the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class today. Coming up next, we'll have the semifinals of our FB Trailer Super Pro class. This is a semifinal for the FB Trailer Super Pro class. It's Trent Horton from Callahan, Florida, in the left-hand lane against Gary Vasquez in the right lane. Who's going to the final? Is it Trent Horton or Gary Vasquez? Oh, trip for Trent Horton. We'll see if he can hang on to it. And Trent Horton going through to the final. Oh, it was a perfect reaction time for Trent Horton, and he made it happen. A 6.193 at 109.86 miles per hour, and eliminates Gary Vasquez. Gary ran a 4.830 at 140.23 miles per hour, but Trent Horton going through to your final. That brings up Tommy Campbell in the right-hand lane going up against Steve Shoemaker. Steve in the left-hand lane out of Jacksonville, Florida, and Tommy Campbell out of Fleming Island. The winner going through to the final, where they'll face Horton. Oh, it's a good start for both of them. Who is going on to the final? It's Tommy Campbell in the right lane. Tommy Campbell with a 6.349, 107.50 miles per hour for Tommy Campbell. And the Fleming Island man going into the final. Tommy Campbell will race for the FB Trailer Super Pro Final. winners to the staging lanes, please. All winners over to the stage lanes, please. Time for the Super Pro Final. Time for the FB Trailers Super Pro Final. It's Rich Kamora versus Curtis Peak. We battle all day to get to this point. Here we go. Final race of the day here at Gainesville Raceway, and the final race of the weekend. It's been a great Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series week here at Gainesville Raceway. Make sure to log on to GainesvilleRaceway.com, see what's coming up on our schedule. Got a bunch scheduled for the month of April, May, June, July. We'll start to hit it hard here at Gainesville Raceway. But here's our final: Curtis Peak versus Rich Kamora from Alfred, Florida. Rich from Alfred, Florida, dialed in at a 6.41. And Curtis Peak from Quitman, Georgia, dialed in at 6.44. This is the FB Trailers Super Pro Final. And the Jeans Glass Pro Final, and it's a double red light. The winner going to be Rich Kamora in the Jeans Glass Pro Class Final. Rich Kamora wins. And that's how that happens. Curtis Peak finishes runner-up. Appreciate y'all coming out here today for the Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. And we got one more to run, which will be the FB Trailers Super Pro Plaza with the Jeans Glass Pro Final, and Rich Kamora taking the victory on the double red light. At 6.439, Rich ran at 105.85 miles per hour. Curtis Peak ran a 6.933 at 74. So it's time for the FB Trailer Super Pro Final. Trent Horton going up against Tommy Campbell. Trent Horton's going to be in the left lane. Trent Horton in car number 229X from Callahan, Florida. And he's going to do battle with Tommy Campbell. Tommy from Fleming Island, Florida. Car T200. Tommy Campbell dialed at a 6.34 in that right lane. And Trent Horton dialed at a 6.19. And this is the FB Trailers Super Pro Final. And Trent Horton going to be your winner off of the red light for Tommy Campbell. Trent Horton wins with a 6.174 at 110.28 miles per hour. Trent Horton is the winner of the FB Trailer Super Pro Class. Tommy Campbell finishes as the runner-up today. Congratulations on both Tommy Campbell and Trent Horton getting to the final. Trent Horton takes the FB Trailer Super Pro Final. Thank you guys for coming out today to the Gainesville Raceway to the Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series.
want to thank everyone for watching on the Spot Motorsports Media. That concludes our live coverage of the Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series here at Gainesville Raceway. Race number 6. Next month, we will have race number 7 and 8. And don't forget, go check out our Facebook page, see what's coming up this month. And as far as podcasts and live streams, we would love to have you join us. So until then, everyone take care, have a safe week, and happy Easter, everyone.